Chapter 1282. He had covered the sky with one hand and killed a celestial venerable. Number 9 was merciless and merciless. Everyone felt dizzy and shaken. That was a heaven-bestowed existence from the martial madman's faction, destined to become one of the most powerful beings in the Yang realm. Yet, she had been killed just like that. Yulan's body was as white as jade, and her beauty was exceptional. She could be considered a beauty of her generation, and her body was radiant and flawless. Moreover, as a young celestial venerable, she possessed a very attractive temperament. But now, she had been gravely injured. This made everyone tremble. At this moment, they finally understood why Ji Kaixian, Mi Qing, Goddess Wang, and Xiao Shiyun, all these beauties had short legs. It was very strange. This was for self-protection. Many people were speechless and dumbfounded. Of course, most of them were trembling in fear. Who wouldn't be afraid? At this moment, the nine-headed bird race's old ancestor Chishu was about to faint. What kind of monster had they encountered? When he thought of what he had said before, his vision darkened and his heart was filled with fear. He almost fell to the ground. Especially now, Number 9 was no longer hiding the heavenly secrets. The nine-headed bird race's old ancestor Chishu finally saw some clues. His descendants had lost their legs. Moreover, what else did he see? Old ancestor Silver Dragon had also become one-legged. This was too great a blow to him. Chishu's hair stood on end, and he almost wanted to flee. This was a horny demon. Just think about it. Number 9 had even horny a beauty like Yulan. Would he let him go? Yulan's bright red lips were tightly shut. This was the greatest setback of her life. The battle had just begun, but her long legs had already been cut off. She was shaken, and a chill rose from the depths of her soul. This was an undefeatable enemy. She endured the pain and carefully assessed the situation. Even if the second ancestor personally came into being, he might not be able to kill this green-eyed living corpse before her. Number 9's hair was as messy as withered weeds, but he was very quiet as he ate. From time to time, he would use the golden decree to gently wipe his mouth to remove the bloodstains. There was something magical about this wiping action because it looked very elegant. However, he was actually eating asterisk, and it made people's hearts tremble. This battle shook the entire battlefield, and everyone was stunned. What kind of creature was Number 9? It was actually so terrifying. Chowda actually invited people from his sect. Moreover, the news spread quickly. They came from a Number 1 mountain in the world. This was simply earth-shattering news. For a moment, countless evolvers were stupefied. They were all terrified. The Number 1 mountain under the heavens had an inheritance. Hao Yuan couldn't sit still any longer because he had to report what happened here. He had to find a way to inform the ancestor who was currently comprehending the ultimate path of evolution. Harmony Prefecture's overlord. After all, the people of the martial madman's faction were captured and detained here. Something big was bound to happen here. Number 9 was declaring war on the martial madman's faction. The second patriarch would definitely come, and it was very likely that the martial madman would also come into being. He was not the only one who was anxious. Everyone was guessing that after so many years, the martial arts overlord in the north was going to massacre the world again. The name Martial Madman was as heavy as a demonic mountain, capable of crushing the starry sky. Number 9 stayed for the time being. Apart from his large tent, there was simply no peace in any other place. Someone was using domains to transmit news. In a certain ancient pure land in the north, blood energy rushed to the heavens and covered the entire province, dyeing the starry sky red. A terrifying expert was reviving. Amidst the blinding light, his vague silhouette was revealed. The scene of his eyes opening and closing was terrifying. Within his eyes, the sun was falling, the moon was destroyed, and the stars were falling. There was actually a scene of the ancient universe being torn apart. Although no one dared to disturb the second patriarch, everyone lingering outside his seclusion ground still alarmed him. He sensed it, and his blood energy drowned out the heavens and earth, shocking all the sects in the north. Even the slightest movement from such an entity was a huge matter. Many people felt that a storm was brewing. There was an extremely stifling and terrifying atmosphere pervading the air, almost suffocating everyone. The North was destined to send peerless experts down south. So much so that the martial madman, a world-shaking entity, might reappear in this world. Some people were afraid, and some were excited. They were waiting for that moment to erupt. However, at this time, Number 9 was quite calm on the three-way battlefield. He was fiddling with the flowers and plants and enjoying the delicious food. This time, it wasn't blood food, but cooked food. In the end, the old ancestor of the nine-headed bird race, Chishu, couldn't avoid it. The nine-headed bird of the heavenly group was considered a treasure. After hearing Number 9's high evaluation, the old ancestor of the nine-headed bird race really wanted to cry. Number 9 wasn't nervous at all for the upcoming great battle and was quite calm. Chu Feng was looking for celestial venerable Qi Rong, hoping to arrange for him to enter the secret realm as soon as possible. He wanted to first excavate the materials of fortune that he deserved before anything else. He was afraid that there would be changes. This place definitely couldn't remain calm. There were bound to be world-shaking waves. Celestial venerable Qi Rong was in a difficult position. He needed time to discuss the secret realm he won with the people of Shanzhou and He province. The boundaries hadn't been decided yet. Chu Feng had no choice but to wait in silence. He saw Fairy Qingyin from afar, and his heart was slightly stirred. He decided to go forward and have a deep conversation with her. After all, she was the mother of his child. He already knew that the other party had let go of everything in the lesser netherworld and restored the memories of the first heavenly maiden of prehistory. She had also told those old friends to pass the message on her behalf. Everything in the past with him had been completely cut off, becoming two parallel lines that would never intersect again. However, he felt that there was still a need to talk. When Chu Feng wanted to go over there, he unexpectedly found a group of disabled people and a group of victims gathered together. Miserable screams could be heard from far away. There were many people here, and there were experts from various races standing guard to ensure the safety of the scene and prevent any disturbances. However, no one stopped Chu Feng's arrival. That was because the people were truly apprehensive of Number 9 and Great Sage Chao from the world's most famous mountain. Chu Feng was stunned. What was he seeing? A group of legless people were cutting themselves off. How ruthless! Divine King Qi Feng had cut himself off at the base of his legs. The bloody scene was a bit frightening. Not far away, the Kuan dragon, the three-headed divine dragon, Yin Tuo, and the others had already completed this action. In the end, their faces were deathly pale. They were incomparably vexed and in great pain. Soon after, the silver dragon ancestor and the nine-headed bird ancestor Chishu also made this decision. They didn't believe in heresy and wanted to try it out. The base of his legs had been cut off and the ground was dark red. It was truly a bit terrifying. What are you all doing? Are you trying to cultivate a divine art? Are you castrating yourself? Chu Feng was astonished. Castration, my ass. Many people really wanted a curse. Now, all of them were in so much pain that their faces were deathly pale without a trace of blood. They only wanted to cut off the wounds and remove the great Tao traces left behind by Number 9, allowing their severed limbs to regrow. In the end, they discovered that it was useless. The aura left behind by Number 9 was everywhere and couldn't be purified at all. Even Empyrean Chishu and the nine-headed bird ancestor had no choice but to believe in heresy. Even they had failed. You guys are really ruthless to yourselves. Don't tell me you really obtained a supreme secret manual? To cultivate a heavenly art, you turn around and cut yourself. You really have perseverance, courage, and willpower. Chu Feng sighed in admiration. The group of people wanted to kill someone. Chapter 1283. The ground was drenched in blood, and everyone's faces were pale. But even if they cut themselves, it was useless. Number 9's marks of order were everywhere, covering their bodies. If you aren't ruthless, you won't be able to stand stably. Each of you is more powerful than the last. You are all ruthless characters. Chu Feng sighed. These people were chopping vegetables. They didn't just cut themselves once, but several times. Now, they were in unbearable pain and had to use great medicines to heal themselves. But after they were cut, they couldn't be reconnected. Number 9's remnant marks were too terrifying. Number 9 appeared and strolled around the battlefield. He looked at the scene of the fourth forbidden area and recalled some memories. He sighed softly. When he came here and saw a group of people cutting themselves, he was also startled. Chu Feng sighed. Ninth Master, they are so pitiful. Each and every one of them is bleeding. It's really unbearable. Chi Feng, Yin Tuo, Kun Long, and the others were astonished. Chao was actually speaking for them. This was unimaginable. Had this demon, Chao, changed? Even the celestial venerables Chi Su and Silver Dragon endured the pain and narrowed their eyes. They were surprised. Their eyes were filled with endless coldness. But no matter how this junior expressed goodwill and tried to dissolve the enmity and change the relationship between them, they didn't appreciate it. Once they had the chance, they would kill him. Moreover, they had to make him wish he was dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to vent their anger. At the same time, they decided that once the martial madman came out, they would definitely submit to him. What number 1 mountain? Did he really think he was invincible? The martial madman in a certain forbidden area had always wanted to flatten that place. Number 9 looked at Chu Feng calmly. He didn't speak, but seemed to be asking, "What is your suggestion? These people are so pitiful. I think we should save a few of them." Chu Feng sighed. At this moment, Kun Long and Yun Tuo's eyes were brimming with tears. They were too excited. The great demon Chao was actually pleading for them and helping them get rid of their pain. Although Chi Feng's murderous intent was boundless, after hearing such words, his emotions fluctuated intensely. He had a feeling that he was finally going to be free. However, Chu Feng's following words caused all of their emotions to vanish into thin air. All of them were stunned, and after that, they practically wanted to curse out loud. Ninth Master, look, these are all top-notch food. It's such a pity to abandon them like this. Hardworking farmers bury their seeds in the spring and harvest their crops in the autumn. If you find someone delicious, why don't you remove the trace of the great Tao from their body so that they can be reborn? And so on and so forth. Chi Feng, Yin Ta, and the others gnashed their teeth, and their faces were devoid of the slightest color. This is too despicable. He's taking us to be crops, and he's harvesting us batch after batch. Number 9 originally didn't say anything, not saying much as he stared into the distance of the battlefield. Now, when he heard this, he revealed a look of shock. The world's principles are interlinked. Food of blood is like chives, cut down one by one. This makes sense. At this moment, the 9-headed bird race's old ancestor Chi Su and Silver Dragon race's old ancestor Bai Hong's faces twitched. They really wanted to kill someone, truly unable to endure this type of stimulation. The group of legless people were trembling, and their gazes could kill. Of course, there will be a day when one is tired of eating all food. There will be a day when their freedom will be returned. Chu Feng continued. This wasn't sympathy for the enemies, but rather to give them hope. Otherwise, these people might go to extremes out of despair. Yin Tuo, Kun Long, and the others' expressions immediately improved. Even Chi Feng was a bit moved. Just now, the entire sky in his heart had turned gray, but now he saw the light of dawn. Especially when they saw number 9 nod, they were simply trembling. There really was a chance of freedom now. In that instant, their expressions were rich, and then their eyes revealed a fiery radiance. It was because Chu Feng allowed number 9 to choose for himself, to see which ones were delicious. Chi Feng, Kun Long, Yin Tuo, and the others all raised their heads and stuck out their chests. That type of expression made the surrounding people quite speechless. Even though they didn't truly speak, that type of expression, that type of emotion, that type of expression, all of it clearly stated that they longed to be eaten a few more times. Eventually, these legless people all stared anxiously. That type of expression almost turned into words, making one understand with a single glance. It was as if they were saying, "My thighs are tender and long. My flesh is the most beautiful, my bloodline the most noble. The group of people was dumbfounded. Empyrean Scarlet Void and Old Ancestor Silver Dragon were expressionless. They didn't have to be like this. Seeing the exaggerated expressions on the faces of these juniors, they really wanted to slap them to death. But in the end, number 9 really did choose those few people. This shocked Scarlet Void and Empyrean Silver Dragon. They were somewhat regretful that they hadn't taken the initiative enough. As for the shockingly talented Empyrean Yulan of the Martial Madman's faction, she didn't care at all and didn't participate. She was like a fossil, sitting there alone in the distance, completely silent. Ah, Chi Feng screamed. As a divine monarch, he was indeed extraordinary. His flesh was the first to grow back, and he was whole in the end. But very soon, he screamed again because he had lost both his legs. However, he was horrified to find that there seemed to be traces of the great Tao left in his body. After losing both his legs this time, it was still impossible to restore them. Chives are fresher when they are eaten, said number 9. When they heard these words, the group of people directly fainted. They couldn't go on any longer. They couldn't endure it any longer. They originally wanted to run away while their legs were intact, but now they felt that the entire world was full of malice and darkness. Number 9 left, and so did Chu Feng. The group of people behind them were in despair, and all hope had turned to dust. Chu Feng went to find Fairy Qingyin. There were some things he wanted to clarify, and some things he wanted to clarify. No matter what, she was once the little Taoist mother, and these things couldn't be changed. The battlefield was very vast, and there were all kinds of terrains. However, most areas lacked vegetation. On a small barren slope, there was a silver tent with 2 withered trees that had been dead for who knew how many years. Accompanied by the setting sun, it was somewhat desolate. In the air, a few crows cawed as they streaked across the desolate sunset, adding to the desolation and loneliness. Chu Feng had arrived. He was facing the sunset and gazing at the afterglow of the setting sun. His body was dyed in a layer of red luster, as if he had returned from the battlefield bathed in blood. Qingyin stood on this small slope in front of the silver tent. She was very quiet as she looked at the red horizon. Her entire person seemed to have blended into the natural sunset of this world. She did not make a single sound. Today, she was devastatingly beautiful and flawless. Her skin was lustrous and had a faint luster. Her entire body was emitting a hazy light which enveloped her. She was like a goddess from the 9 heavens who had descended to the mortal world. Under the sunset glow, her lustrous white face was dyed with a faint golden luster. She appeared all the more divine and flawless, transcending the world. It was as if she would fly away with the wind at any moment and leave the mortal world. Luoyin, Chu Feng spoke. He had drunk quite a bit of Granny Meng's soup, so some of his emotions had faded and some of his obsessions were no longer as heavy. Everything was for the sake of cultivation and to make himself stronger so that he could personally slaughter Tai Wu and the others. But how could he remain emotionless while standing here? This was his Tao companion who had an intimate relationship with him back in the day. Many years had passed, stirring up a few splashes. Looking back, many years had passed. There were ripples in his heart because some things couldn't be severed even by Granny Meng's soup. After all, they had a child who was related by blood. Some things couldn't be turned over just because you wanted to. No matter what, it couldn't be treated as a dream. However, Qingyin didn't give any response and was still gazing at the setting sun. She was like a sculpture carved out of fine jade, exquisite and beautiful, but without any emotional fluctuations. She was somewhat cold and distant. She was clearly standing before him, but she gave off the feeling that she was far away at the horizon. Luoyin, do you really want to sever all traces of the netherworld and destroy yourself? Chu Feng spoke once more. Qingyin finally spoke in an extremely calm voice. People will always experience bitter, sweet, salty, or colorless and tasteless things in life, not to mention several lifetimes. There are some disturbances that shouldn't affect our emotions, but we don't need to sever them. They'll disappear automatically on the grand path. You're a Tao seeker, so you should know better than to wallow in superficial emotions like the past. Chu Feng didn't expect her to be so calm and without the slightest ripple. She was truly like an eternal bright lake that reflected the heavens. Do you still remember that child? Although he's very mischievous and disobedient, he's still my child. Our blood flows in his veins. You've already come to the world of the living, so I'm sure he's also reincarnated and entered the great Yang realm. All fate from the previous life has been severed. Both you and I have started a new life, so there's no meaning in looking back at the past. Go. Qing Yin was very resolute and said these words without any hesitation. She was still gazing at the setting sun at the end of the horizon. Chu Feng suddenly turned around and looked at her face. In this life, she had merged with a portion of the prehistoric fairy Qingshur's soul light. She had transformed more and more perfectly and recovered the peerless elegance of the prehistoric #1 beauty in the world of the living. In terms of appearance alone, she really didn't have a single flaw. One might not be able to find more than a few beauties in the world of the living. I don't believe it, Chu Feng spoke. Looking at this incomparably perfect face under the sunset glow, he thought of those matters in the lesser Yin realm. When damning Pure Land was breached, the mountains and rivers were shattered and the Pure Land was dyed red with blood. She risked her life to escape with the little Taoist, but she suffered fatal injuries and was corroded by some kind of golden substance. Her life was in danger, but she protected the little Taoist very well during this journey and didn't suffer any harm. Chu Feng rushed over like a madman to see her and save her. But she shook her head in a desolate and lonely manner because she knew she couldn't make it. At that moment, even before she died, Qin Luoyin still repeatedly warned him to take good care of the little Taoist and protect their child. At that time, it could be said that each and every word of hers wept blood and were filled with deep affection. Her entire being was emitting a motherly radiance. Chapter 1284. Chu Feng's voice was calm as he slowly recounted the events of the past. He told her about Qin Liyin's maternal radiance before her death, her reluctance to part with him, and how she kept telling him to protect the child and not let him come to harm. He told her all of this, hoping to move her and make her remember those bits and pieces. Qing Yin was as calm as before. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy, only silence. She gazed at the setting sun for a long time and stretched out her hand as though she wanted to catch a wisp of the setting sun's afterglow. However, it only spilled through the gaps between her fingers. You see, life is like this. There are some things you can't force. You want to grasp something and hold it in your hands, but things often turn out contrary to your wishes. The world has day and night. The moon waxes and wanes, and the world is ever-changing. Even the universe can't be eternal and will eventually collapse. Why can't you let it go? Many things are like the setting sun between our fingers, slipping away and passing away. It's just an experience on the path of evolution. Regardless of whether it's a storm at the time, it's just an insignificant little wave in the overall life of a Tao seeker. You have to let go of some things in order to achieve the Tao. She was very calm and even made people feel a kind of ruthlessness. Just like that, she turned over a chapter of the past and didn't say anything else. Her entire being blended into the red and golden glow of the setting sun, becoming increasingly holy and transcendent. Chu Feng was speechless. He had said so much, but it was all useless. He couldn't change her mind, yet she still gave him these so-called principles. One day, if that child appears again, and he calls you mother, what will you do? Chu Feng asked, looking at him with a serious face. There won't be such a scene. If he really appears one day and recovers his celestial body, you'll be the one to worry about yourself. You still want a celestial to call you father? I think you'll run away at that time. Fairy Qingyin actually said such words with a somewhat mischievous tone. The smile on her face quickly vanished. Chu Feng. He was dumbfounded. What else could he say? The impression the other party gave him was indifferent and emotionless. How could she say such things now? Perhaps this was a manifestation of her being even more emotionless? The old matters mentioned earlier couldn't move her, so she said these words without any burden. Or perhaps she had really let go of everything. That was why he could do this. However, when he carefully thought about the events of that year, Chu Feng indeed felt a little guilty. On the reincarnation road, he smashed the back of the little Daoist's head with a black brick and severed his future. In the end, he was reincarnated as his son. He really didn't know whether this was karma or retribution, or whether there was a scoundrel in the dark who deliberately manipulated fate like this and played a dark joke on him. Chu Feng had always suspected that this had something to do with the clay idol at the end of the reincarnation road. If that was the case, then the creatures on the reincarnation road would be too terrifying if they could even control this kind of thing. If he wanted to participate in the competition and struggle at that level, he still needed to work hard. He was still far from it. At the same time, he thought of the 3 seeds and the stone box. They were at the foot of Mount Kunlun outside the purgatory. Relatively speaking, they weren't far from the road of reincarnation. He had unexpectedly obtained it. Was there some great karma involved? Luoyin, I only came to find you to clarify things. Listen carefully. I'll respect any choice you make, said Chu Feng. He naturally wouldn't force others against their will. There were some things he couldn't let go of. He still remembered the kinship and friendship in the little netherworld, but he couldn't let others be like him. It was just that he found it hard to imagine that Qin Luoyin, who constantly whispered and wept blood for him to take good care of their child before her death, would be so resolute. It was too thorough. It was as if she had cut off her past self. I really don't recognize you anymore, said Chu Feng softly. Because I'm not her to begin with, said Fairy Qingyin. After hearing these words, a divine light shot out from Chu Feng's eyes as he stared fixedly at her. For a moment, he really wanted to call number 9 over and kill Fairy Qingshi in her body to return Qin Luoyin. He had always believed that if Qin Luoyin was still here, she wouldn't be so heartless and say such words. Perhaps she would have long since wept and asked about the little Taoist's whereabouts. When he thought of this, Chu Feng even believed that there was a weeping soul in Fairy Qingyin's body, shedding tears of blood. That was the real Qin Luoyin. In an instant, Chu Feng felt grief in his heart. He let out a low roar and transmitted his voice into the distance. 9th Master. Number 9 came without a sound, but in the end, she shook her head at Chu Feng and told him that Qingyin was one person and not 2 souls in one body. In the end, she even asked him if he still wanted those slender legs in front of him. Keep them. 9th Master, you go do what you need to do. Chu Feng really didn't dare to provoke number 9 anymore. At that time, even if Fairy Qingshi, the number 1 prodigy in prehistory, returned, she would probably have her legs eaten. After all, the difference in realm was obvious. Fairy Qingyin was momentarily speechless. Number 9 looked back 3 times with every step. Her eyes were green and somewhat reluctant. It really made one's hair stand on end. After a long while, Qingyin finally said, she and I were originally one. However, I was Qingshi in prehistory and was baptized by the river of time. I experienced too much. Luoyin's emotions and memories are only a small wave, a small interlude in my life. So, don't mention the matters of the lesser netherworld again. Without a doubt, Fairy Qingshi's memories were the main focus. Qin Luoyin's experiences were only a small part. The value of life doesn't lie in the length of time, but in the depth of one's life. Sometimes, an instant is an eternity. I believe that you'll return one day. Chu Feng stared at her. At the same time, he brought up the matter of Qingshi from prehistory. Could she really let go of everything? If so, there would be no reincarnation and no reincarnation. Wouldn't she still have to reappear in the ancient dream path and take revenge for her sect? It's different, Qingyin replied indifferently. What's different? Chu Feng asked. Let's not talk about this. You said you want Qin Luoyin to return. I advise you not to waste time in life. The prehistoric me had someone I liked. This was intolerable. Even though Chu Feng had drunk Granny Meng's soup and his obsession was very weak, he still couldn't tolerate his child's mother having a change of heart. Perhaps this wasn't an issue of a change of heart, but a problem left behind by history. Aren't the fairies of the ancient dream path not allowed to marry? His eyes flickered with divine light. Not marrying doesn't mean I'm not allowed to like someone. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's killing intent surged. He didn't want to care about the prehistoric matters, but Qin Luoyin and Fairy Qingshi had merged into one in the lesser netherworld. He had to care about this. He had to find them back. He couldn't tolerate such a terrible situation. Could that person be Gu Chenhai? Chu Feng asked with an unsightly expression. Back then, Gu Chenhai had gone to kidnap the bride and ended up getting beaten up. If it was Gu Chenhai, this kind of scene was simply unbearable to watch. You actually know him? Qingyin was very surprised. Her beautiful eyes revealed a strange expression. Then, she shook her head and said, No. Don't think too much. Don't think too much. He will eventually become a legend among legends. Chu Feng's anger surged. He had come here today to clarify things, but in the end, he was provoked instead. Was this intentional, or was it just how it was? It was unbearable. As such, he became more emotional and said, Why wasn't he chopped up by the martial madman? Why wasn't he smacked down by Black Hanley from behind? Qingyin turned to leave and was about to disappear in the sunset. She transmitted her voice, Be careful of number 9. This number 1 mountain is the most inauspicious place in the world. In fact, there have been people who have come out to accept disciples in the past. Many heaven-bestowed beings have been taken away, but none of them had a good ending. All of them were incomparably miserable. Even Li Su couldn't escape this calamity. These words caused Chu Feng's hair to stand on end. He couldn't help but think about it. At the same time, at the end of the earth, number 9 looked like a supreme demon king under the blood-colored setting sun. He slowly turned to look at Chu Feng and revealed a faint smile. There were traces of blood on his teeth. He had just eaten a bloody meal. Such a scene was transmitted to Chu Feng's eyes and made him shudder. At such a distance, it was impossible to capture the facial expression of an expert like number 9 without the eyes of fire and gold. But at this moment, Chu Feng saw it, and even his soul shivered. In the past, he had liked old Mr. Jinyang's books very much. Now that he had left, those beautiful memories of his reading days appeared before his eyes again. Old Mister, have a good journey. Chapter 1285. At the end of the earth, number 9's snow-white teeth appeared even whiter in the setting sun. They were stained with blood and were somewhat frightening. He turned and walked into the depths of the battlefield, disappearing from Chu Feng's sight. For some reason, he felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't see through number 9 at all. According to Qingyin, this number 1 mountain had been accepting the most talented geniuses as disciples since prehistoric times. It was the same in every era, but now, not a single one was left. It was truly chilling. Where had they all gone? How could Chu Feng not think too much about this? Number 9 had seemed to want to possess him, even though it seemed later on that it was a kind of test. But this wasn't enough to prove that there wasn't a chilling secret. The waves of time splashed, and such a powerful orthodoxy like the number 1 mountain only had one person left. Could it be that he had eaten all those disciples? Chu Feng even had such a thought. He felt that the mysterious art number 9 cultivated was very special. Whether or not he had lived 9 lives and stepped on 9 ultimate paths, he couldn't say for sure. It was too mysterious. Chu Feng shook his head fiercely and said to himself, He's good to me. Now that he's helping me, I'll treat him with the greatest kindness. I want everything to be good for him. In any case, number 9 was indeed good to him now. He stood up for him and ate Qi Feng, Yin Ta, Celestial Lord Red Void, and the others until they were trembling with fear. Chu Feng also strode forward and left the barren little slope. He wasn't in a good mood after his conversation with Qingyin. So on the way back, many people saw Demon Chowda's face as dark as the bottom of a pot. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water as he walked with a dark expression. When passing by the legless people, Chu Feng looked again and again. Finally, he silently came to where the 3-headed divine, Dragon Yun Ta, and the divine King Qi Feng were. These evolvers, including Celestial Lord Red Void, were all restrained and couldn't escape. It was clear how protective number 9 was. There was a cold light in the depths of these people's eyes. They all wanted to kill Chowda if they could. Yes, some people wanted to fight with their lives on the line. Even with number 9 in the camp, they couldn't stand it. They wanted to fight to the death and kill the great demon Chow. Shufeng was already in a bad mood when he saw this group of people looking at him with unkind expressions, and some of them even revealed killing intent. He immediately felt even more uncomfortable. Puff! With a single slash, he chopped off half of the dragon leg that the three-headed divine dragon Yin Tuo had just reconstructed with great difficulty. With a ripping sound, he sliced off a large piece of flesh from the outer thigh of the divine King Chi-Feng. Then, he lifted him up and left. Fuck! What was going on? While the group of people were furious, they were also a little dumbfounded. Why had this detestable great demon Chow gone mad? He actually came to cut off their flesh? This is so infuriating. When I get back, I'll go with some wine and braise rare blood dishes. I'll have a good meal. Shufeng grumbled bitterly as he picked up the dragon leg and nine-headed bird king's leg and left just like that. Ouch! The group of people was practically about to die from anger. They really wanted to kill someone. They could finally see that the great demon Chow was being bullied elsewhere. He turned around and ran here, chopping off a leg and venting his anger on them. The group of people was really furious. They wanted nothing more than to kill him with their gazes. He really was a hellhound. Was there any justice in the world? Why? The group of people were so indignant that they were trembling with anger. Especially the three-headed divine dragon Yin Tuo and the nine-headed bird king Chi-Feng. They were almost about to die from anger. At this moment, their vision was black and their bodies were swaying. Everyone was unanimously convinced that this Chowda was really number 9's disciple. He was practically his own. This style was very similar. It was definitely passed down from the same bloodline. Damn it, you're not happy, you're not happy. What right do you have to eat my flesh? The three-headed divine dragon Yin Tuo was so angry that he wanted to shout out loud. He felt that there was no justice in this world. This was too much of a bully. Forget that he couldn't afford to offend number 9. But this Chow that actually came to eat his leg. But after thinking about it, Yin Tuo realized that this demon Chow was no longer someone he could afford to offend. After all, he was the heir of the world's number 1 famed mountain. Now his status was different. He was no longer a so-called wild cultivator. Divine King Chi-Feng growled. He was really quite angry. The key was that his thigh really hurt. Now, number 9's order runes were left behind. With his flesh cut like this, he couldn't recover in a short time. His leg was getting shorter and shorter. He was very angry. If he hadn't been sealed with his divine king body, even if he stood here, Chowda wouldn't be able to cut him. His current situation was really pitiful. Shufeng left, carrying a large dragon leg and a large piece of leg meat from the nine-headed bird race. It was really eye-catching and attracted a lot of attention. After being cut off, the dragon and bird legs turned into the shape of their original bodies. Their scales glowed, and their feathers were fiery red. One look, and one could tell what race they were. His mood was much better. He called out to his second brother from afar and told him to clean it up. Long Dayu was annoyed. He had inexplicably become someone's little brother. Moreover, the one who ordered him was that bastard who made him a scapegoat. But the situation was stronger than he was. He really didn't dare to fight back. He was afraid that his legs would be lost, and he would become number 9's food. Damn, you want me to roast the dragon leg? Long Dayu almost threw the piece of meat in his hand away. Forget it, I'll roast this piece. Go and invite the new wandering cultivators over. It's my treat today, said Shufeng. The main thing was that he was rejected by Fairy Qingyin and couldn't see the Qin Luoyin of the past anymore. He was a bit disappointed because he missed those people from the past. Meanwhile, the black yak, who had reincarnated into a little reckless ox, and the old donkey, who had now transformed into a scholar, Lu Bohu, were both in the camp. Shufeng chatted with them, but he couldn't invite them alone. As such, he cut off some divine dragon meat and the nine-headed bird divine king's meat in preparation to entertain his old friends. They would drink and chat merrily. It would be even better if they could talk about the past. Very soon, he thought of Lady Shi. Unfortunately, she had left temporarily. There was also Ing Xiao Xiao. She was in the opposite camp and couldn't appear here. It couldn't be better if they could all gather together and toast to the bright moon. These things could only wait until they entered the secret realm. Once there, they could approach in private and open up everything in their hearts. There was nothing to fear. That was because some secret realms were very fragile and unstable. Only people of a certain level could approach them. At this moment, in a certain mountain sect in the north that had left an illustrious name in the history books, scarlet clouds overflowed into the sky and black mist surged, covering the world. The martial madman's second disciple was in the midst of breaking through. At the crucial moment, his aura was becoming more and more powerful and vigorous, shocking the world. Everyone had a premonition that he was about to succeed and come into being. In the near future, he would certainly head south and attack number 9 in the three-way battlefield. The land in the north was trembling. This prefecture's scarlet clouds rushed into the sky and tore apart the blue dome of heaven. The martial madman's second disciple was honored as the second ancestor. He was famous in the prehistoric times and was a powerhouse back then. He ran amok in the world and wiped out one sect after another. His fame was illustrious and boundlessly terrifying. The reason why the martial madman had such a great reputation was largely due to the contributions of his disciples. Any one of them could sweep through the land and massacre an entire region. They were simply too powerful. At the later stages of cultivation, every small step forward would take years. It was a complete struggle with one's life. Many people died on the path of evolution. Even if one's magical power reached the heavens, it would still be difficult to make it to the end. The further one went, the more terrifying it would be. Indescribable changes would often occur. The forms of the ancestors of the various sects at that time were too terrifying. They were indescribable and couldn't be looked at directly. It was extremely bizarre. Boom! The land in the north trembled as boundless blood energy surged. It was simply too terrifying. The entire prefecture had turned dark red, and the entire sky was covered in blood energy. This was simply unimaginable. It was just a creature, yet its blood rushed to the heavens. How could it cover a great prefecture and suppress this world? However, there were experts who watched coldly from the sidelines. They believed that even though this blood energy was rich, it was more of an irregular scene. If it was his own true blood energy that covered such a vast region, then that would be heaven-defying, too terrifying and unmatched. Honglonglong, a certain great province in the north, was shaking. Second Ancestor's place of seclusion became more and more terrifying. In a daze, the dark light retreated. The blood energy became even more dense, and golden light erupted. An indistinct figure appeared. He was like an emperor, his aura boundless. He emerged from that place of seclusion and gradually towered above the heavens. He was going to separate the past and present, traverse the ancient universe, and overlook the world. It was just too horrifying. This was simply the appearance of an overlord that overlooked the world. Golden light surged in endless strands. The entire great province trembled under the blood energy and boundless golden light. All life felt like they were going to bow down and worship. They felt a fear that came from their souls. They wanted to worship a monarch. Second Ancestor succeeded. He is going to rule the world. Someone said with a trembling voice. They were Second Ancestor's disciples. All of them were incredibly excited, their bodies shaking. It was because once Second Ancestor appeared, he would rise to a higher level and stand among the most powerful experts. Even they would rise along with him. The people of the world would revere him. Honglong, blood energy surged. Golden light shone in endless streaks, illuminating the heavens above and earth below. It was everywhere, and even the nearby great provinces were trembling. The entire north erupted with commotion. Many great clans, powerful sects, and others felt extremely uneasy. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Such a terrifying creature had successfully evolved, its level of existence rising. It would only be more and more shocking. All creatures in the north were horrified. The patriarchs of all sects felt their hearts pounding. Many of the divine statues that were consecrated in the ancestral hall shone, rumbling and swaying as a warning for their descendants. The north became dark red, covered in blood energy. Later on, the blood energy scattered. Strand after strand of purple energy emerged, boundless and surging towards the south. All of Second Ancestor's disciples were in an uproar. They knew that Second Ancestor had succeeded, taking a step further from the highest level of enlightenment, reaching an even higher level. From now on, he could overlook the mountains and rivers of the world. Second Ancestor is about to come out of seclusion and head south to kill that so-called number 9. Haha, purple energy is heading south. Second Ancestor's cultivation has reached perfection, and he has successfully cultivated Martial Madman's mysterious technique. How many people can match him now? Purple energy has replaced the black mist, replaced the scarlet multicolored light. This is auspicious multicolored light, an auspicious sign. Even though Second Ancestor is advancing, he isn't related to the strange and indescribable. He is still incomparably powerful. Everyone believed that even if the day came when Second Ancestor truly became a great universe-level creature, he wouldn't mutate and become indescribable. Unmatched under the heavens, Second Ancestor has come out of seclusion to kill the old enemy from the world's most famous mountain. It could be said that all of Second Ancestor's disciples were boiling with excitement. They couldn't be any more excited, and the entire mountain gate was filled with shouts. Long. Right at this time, an enormous sound rang out. Second Ancestor's place of seclusion was split into pieces. Someone soared into the air, arriving high above in the heavens. He towered in the heavens, incredibly dignified. It was as if an emperor was overlooking the world, making all living beings tremble and kneel down. Everyone kowtowed together, calling Second Ancestor eternal existence after experiencing 10,000 tribulations. At this time, there seemed to be an explosion within the boundless purple energy in the heavens, and scarlet blood light shot out. Moreover, on the earth below, within the Pure Land's mountain gate that was undulating like 10,000 dragons, a terrifying blood-colored palm descended and smashed many mountain peaks. With a loud rumble, the earth caved in. What was going on? Many people were shocked, especially Second Ancestor's disciples. They didn't understand. What's going on? Second Ancestor is transforming, changing his blood. Yes, that should be the case. Someone nodded in agreement. The heavenly dome exploded, splitting apart into pieces. Then another incomparably enormous palm descended, smashing into the mountain gate. Several hundred imposing mountain peaks collapsed, caving in. What's going on? Some people asked while trembling. Chapter 1286. Within a mountain gate, the two palms were simply too large. They crushed hundreds of majestic mountains and sunk the earth. The entire Pure Land, rich in essence energy, was cracking apart. The skin of the two palms was like stone skin, but also like the bark of an ancient pine tree. It was extremely rough and dull without luster. The Second Ancestor's palms were convulsing and dripping with blood. It was like a fountain as it gushed out and dyed the ground red. Purple mist covered the sky, making it look divine and auspicious. This was an auspicious color, an auspicious omen. However, the Second Ancestor's deep roar was somewhat terrifying. All the disciples were looking up at the sky. They wanted to witness the moment he forged his exceptional body and truly looked down upon the world. At this moment, scarlet multicolored light shot out once again and dispersed a large area of the purple mist. One could vaguely see blood splashing out from the sky. It was as if the crimson starry river had been broken, following which, people almost suffocated as they felt an indescribable pressure. The sky was covered in darkness, as if the heavens had been struck down by an ultimate entity. That was a giant shoulder blade stained with blood. It was as if a starry sky was collapsing as it smashed down at a low altitude. It was an earth-shattering scene. With a boom, a distant mountain range caved in and was completely smashed apart. The nearby mountain peaks also disintegrated and exploded, filling the air with smoke and dust. That area was dyed red with blood. The fractured mountain range, the sunken earth, and the collapsed mountains were all dyed dark red. This was a world dyed red with blood. The scene was extremely terrifying. When this kind of entity was angry, mountains and rivers would lose their color, and even the starry skies would become dim. Yet his current transformation was so miserable. His blood dyed the mountains and rivers red, causing the entire secret land to collapse and sink. The ground was covered in blood. One had to know that this land was a secret land developed by the martial madman's lineage. There were all kinds of complex domain patterns carved into it, so how could ordinary energy break through it? But now the second ancestor's palm and shoulder blade had smashed this place into a deformed state. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! The skies seemed to have exploded as the purple mist was scattered. That ancient sovereign figure was swaying. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body was flowing with blood. It was accompanied by millions of strands of golden light as he emitted a majestic and terrifying aura that could suppress the heavens. Under the sky, purple chi surged like raging waves beating against the shore. A river of blood gushed forth like a falling galaxy, rushing towards the ground. Those two terrifying ribs were dripping with blood, releasing dazzling radiance. It was as if two immortal spears flew over from beyond the heavens, stabbing into the great earth with two pu-pu sounds. Nearby, many mountains exploded. The two terrifying ribs were too thick, many times thicker than mountain peaks. The stubble was sharp, dyed in bright red blood. After piercing through the pure land, it was still trembling. As a result, the ground continuously cracked apart, extending who knew how many li. In this pure land, many palaces collapsed as a result. Many golden palaces deformed, all of them destroyed beyond recognition. Within the pure land, many disciples were running for their lives out of fear of being caught in the crossfire. If not for the defensive domains, many of them would have already died, and not even their bones would remain. There were experts who came to the rescue, bringing all of the disciples away and watching from afar. Second ancestor really is too formidable, transforming so thoroughly. From his palm to his shoulder blades, and then to his ribs, his entire body is about to be exchanged, heavenly bones reborn. The heavens are protecting second ancestor. This is going to defy the heavens. There were people who sighed in admiration, carrying endless reverence and respect. They felt that second ancestor was extremely powerful. This time, his evolution was too successful, leaving them deeply shaken. Kacha! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Second ancestor's roar could vaguely be heard, as if a primal chaos creature from the age of creation was born. It tore apart the sky dome, making the sun and moon lose radiance. In that instant, everyone was horrified to see the stars in the heavens grow dim. The terrifying, irregular scene of endless great stars falling down. The entire sky was dyed the color of blood again. Second ancestor's figure was indistinct, only vaguely visible. It was as if he continuously moved his body, roaring continuously. Unfortunately, that place was surrounded by natural laws, intertwined by divine chains of order, becoming a forbidden land. Sound and divine will couldn't be transmitted clearly. Pooh! Second ancestor became more and more terrifying. Golden light formed a sea, blood energy producing a starry sky, and then it continuously collapsed, falling downwards. Blood dyeing the blue sky. At second ancestor's level, the blood transformation can still be so thorough, too shocking. Now, the most crucial moment has arrived. Someone said with a sigh, feeling deep reverence. They felt more and more that second ancestor was unstoppable, the Tao fruit this time unimaginable. Suddenly, second ancestor's shout sounded from the sky again. A shining sphere flew down, its entire body even larger than many majestic mountains. That was an eyeball, within it scenes of stars being destroyed and moons falling, as well as the boundless cosmos, terrifying scenes of starry skies burning. In the end, it smashed through mountains and rivers, landing on the great earth. Second ancestor is changing eyes. Could it be that this time he's going to transform into a void eye, yin-yang eye, or even fiery eyes? A few people were incredibly shocked. Many people's eyes became fanatical. If second ancestor evolved into an even more powerful body, possessing some legendary abilities, they would naturally benefit as well. Of course, there were a few people who revealed looks of doubt, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Second ancestor's evolution was too crazy. Could it still be so thorough at this level? Gotcha! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Great Tao natural laws becoming more and more powerful. Blood-colored lightning turned into heavenly blades, moving through the sky. Second ancestor shone, becoming a sphere of blood-colored light. Oh, what's that? Soon, they discovered that an ear had fallen down, smashing a large lake into the sky. Then, all the lake water evaporated, and the spiritual lake became an abyss. At this moment, those fanatical disciples became even more suspicious. Was second ancestor evolving in the ear? From now on, second ancestor might have the heavenly Tao ear. Not only can he listen to the hearts of all living beings, but he can also capture the rumbling of the great Tao and investigate the path of the Tao. This is an innate special ability to advance on the ultimate path. If he really succeeds in transforming this time, second ancestor might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Martial Madman. However, some people became more and more uneasy. They felt that second ancestor's transformation was too strange. He could actually upgrade all parts of his body. Law runes were densely packed in the sky, as if someone was chanting sutras. They wrapped around second ancestor, covering him within. The auspicious purple chi was almost completely scattered. The heavenly order thunder was deafening, and there was destructive power everywhere. Second ancestor's aura was still majestic, as if he could tear apart the heavens and swallow the stars. When he opened his mouth, a roar shook out, shocking everyone and making their souls tremble. Countless people kowtowed, and all the evolvers of the great province knelt down. They couldn't help but tremble. His voice could be heard. Was he about to reach the final stage of his transformation? Gotcha! An enormous beam of order light tore the entire sky in half like an immortal sword. At the same time, people heard second ancestor's muffled groan and painful roar. Accompanied by a rain of blood, half of the enormous vertebra fell down. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, that enormous vertebra that was dyed in wisps of blood exploded in the sky. Only the broken pieces fell to the ground, flowing with golden bone marrow liquid. Did you see that? This is true marrow cleansing. Normally, one can only evolve like this at a lower level. Second ancestor is heaven-defying to be able to reach this step at such a level. Some people believe that after the second ancestor's blood transformation, he began to cleanse his marrow again. He was changing his constitution intensely, achieving a great leap in the level of life. This was an unstoppable path. However, now, some experts' faces were deathly white. For example, second ancestor's personal disciples. Those people were trembling, feeling a bit terrified. It was because the auspicious purple mist scattered. The divine chains of order and other things were no longer as concentrated. Second ancestor's true body gradually appeared. Even though his aura was still majestic like an ancient emperor, his limbs were clearly incomplete. After his shoulder blades and palms were severed, they didn't reconstruct at all. They didn't grow back, and his entire body was covered in cracks. Second ancestor released a low roar. His entire body shone, and the densely packed cracks on his body erupted. It was as if golden light was burning, and those cracks became even thicker. It was as if he was going to break apart and explode. Second ancestor, Someone cried out loudly. He was extremely alarmed as he roared towards the heavens. This situation seemed to be a bit different from what they had imagined. Pooh! Finally, rivers of blood surged. It was as if scarlet stellar streams fell down one after another. Second Ancestor's 2 legs were severed, smashing into the great earth below. A rain of blood poured down. At the same time, Second Ancestor's chest also exploded. His heart was beating, struggling free. It carried broken blood vessels, drawing out dazzling scarlet multicolored light as it smashed into the ground. In a split second, the mountain region below collapsed. The scene was terrifying. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and the entire mountain and river were dyed the color of blood. Not good. An accident occurred during Second Ancestor's evolution. This isn't a transformation, but a backlash. After he advanced into that domain, he was injured by the order of heaven and earth, and his realm collapsed. The so-called realm collapse was difficult to protect oneself. This was a complete collapse, starting from the physical body. It was completely different from what everyone had imagined. The fanatical disciples from before were now kneeling on the ground as if cold water had been poured over their heads. All of them were terrified, and their faces were deathly pale. They were so scared that even their soul light was trembling. How could it be like this? Wasn't Second Ancestor transforming, but instead walking the path of failure? But he had clearly succeeded before. A few people thought of a few dangerous situations on the path of evolution. In the corresponding domain of evolution, one's own Tao heart was unstable, yet they stepped on the extreme. They wanted to be aloof, yet they didn't know the dangers. Going too far was as bad as falling short. Like a dragon riding the clouds, it rose to the highest and most extreme place. There was no way forward, and it looked around blankly. Its mind was absent-minded, and it was cut down by the Tao. In short, Second Ancestor had originally succeeded. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out of seclusion. However, he was proud and arrogant, and he wanted to look down on all living things. He stepped onto the key position of this domain, just like the great sage corresponding to the saint realm, and just like the great deity corresponding to the celestial deity realm. In the end, he failed. He forcefully stepped to the extreme, yet he himself didn't have that kind of foundation. As a result, his body and spirit collapsed in a single day, and his physical body broke off continuously. Only then did Second Ancestor come into being, and he rushed into the sky with supreme might. However, his cultivation was flawed, and a problem occurred, so he was directly destroyed. He originally wanted to drive the purple energy south to kill number 9 in the 3-sided battlefield, but he was finished first in the end. Bang! Second Ancestor fell down in incomparable pain. He didn't die, but he received a great Tao injury, and his realm completely fell from that brand new domain. Moreover, he had disintegrated. Now, all his limbs were broken, and his 5 internal organs were in tatters. Even his heart had left his body. Only the upper half of his body was left. He fell into the mountains and rivers, and his body rapidly shrunk. He originally wanted to roar at the sky and look down on the heroes of the world, but he was finished first. In the north, the ancestors of many powerful races sighed in relief. They all relaxed. Otherwise, if this second ancestor succeeded in evolving, it would bring endless pressure to the various sections. In reality, the commotion caused by second ancestor's evolution was too great. It had long since alarmed some old monsters in various parts of the Yang realm. Meanwhile, there were all kinds of news coming from the north. With the help of the domains, they were sent to various parts of the Yang realm. As a result, people immediately knew what had happened. Everyone was shaken, and then there was an uproar. A peerless creature had originally appeared, but because of an accident, he was cut down again. He forcefully stepped on the extreme point, causing himself to kill himself. As for the 3-sided battlefield, the creatures of all races felt even greater emotions. This second ancestor was originally going to head south, but in the end, he was the first to die. In reality, not long ago, the top experts of the 3-sided battlefield all felt a sense of pressure. They had sensed that there seemed to be boundless blood energy in the north, and there was a boundless and terrifying aura rising. It was as if a colossus was about to attack, but now it had vanished into thin air. Number 9 had been looking toward the north all this time, so he naturally sensed it. After all, the second ancestor's purple chi coming from the south had already been carried out. He grinned, revealing his white teeth that were suffused with a cold light. He laughed soundlessly, and it was somewhat terrifying. Then a silver path appeared beneath his feet. With a wave of his hand, he brought along Chu Feng and some people from the three-sided battlefield and directly rushed toward the north. A silver path traversed the line between the battlefield and the north. It was dazzling and divine. Number 9 stepped on the silver light and approached rapidly. He arrived in a very short time. The vast and boundless land was nothing to him. The disciples under the second ancestor were all shocked. They had long since known about Number 9 and knew that Yulan had been captured. Now that the living corpse had come, how could they not be afraid? Their master, the second ancestor, was now half crippled and his realm had collapsed. It was hard to say whether or not he could survive. In the end, the vicious creature from the Number 1 mountain under the heavens had come. What should they do? Number 9's movements were graceful as he strode forward with a pair of withered and long legs. He circled around this blood-stained pure land and immediately fixed his eyes on that pair of giant beast legs. The second ancestor's true form was a vicious beast. Number 9 waved his hand, and the two legs shrunk and flew over. He opened his mouth and took a bite, sighing delicious. Damn! Regardless of whether it was the evolvers from the three-sided battlefield or the experts under the second ancestor, they were all thrown into disarray. This living corpse had rushed over just to collect the legs? The second ancestor opened his eyes and endured the intense pain. He felt a wave of horror as he sensed the boundless terror of Number 9. That withered body contained terrifying power, but his evolution had failed, and he couldn't do anything about it. And when he saw Number 9 eating his legs, he immediately felt even more scared and resentful. With a bang, the second ancestor's body was torn into pieces again. Only his head and the area below his neck were left intact. The rest of his body was in ruins. Second ancestor, someone cried out in horror. Then Number 9 didn't even look at them. He took the two beast legs and sent people to find the heart. He just took them away and drove the silver path back to the three-sided battlefield. Hurry up and send the second ancestor to the martial madman's place of seclusion. Someone shouted. He was incomparably anxious and his heart was trembling. Apart from a martial madman, there was probably no one in this world who could save him. On the three-sided battlefield, even Chu Feng was speechless. Number 9 had run over just to pick up two legs. However, not long after, he stopped complaining because he was barbecuing the beast leg meat and shouting, "Smells so good!" Number 9 had refined all kinds of harmful substances that could kill low-level evolvers, allowing Chu Feng to roast the meat without worry. He gorged himself on the golden leg meat, his mouth glistening with oil and gushing with golden mist. In the distance, people were somewhat dumbfounded and horrified. The great demon Chao was also eating the second ancestor's legs. At this moment, the world had long since been shaken. Number 9 had gone to pick up legs to eat, leaving everyone shocked and speechless. But everyone realized that the matter was becoming more and more terrifying. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger. At this point, if they were to fight again, it would most likely be the martial madman coming into being. Chapter 1287. The battlefield was boundless. Even though it lacked vegetation and was barren, a dark red land where even weeds were rarely seen, it wasn't desolate in the early morning. The golden glow of dawn sprinkled down as a vigorous life force poured down. Even this barren land seemed to be filled with vitality. An alluring aroma filled the air as Chu Feng began to roast meat. The meat was golden in color and fragrant, its aroma wafting far and wide. Some people were shocked and lamenting at the same time. This pair of master and disciple was eating flesh. It was too evil and too demonic. Many people watched on anxiously. Chu Feng was eating human flesh, which made them quite speechless. This was too heaven-defying. In the distance, Patriarch Chishu and Silver Dragon felt their scalps go numb. They were unconvinced earlier and full of resentment, but now, seeing that even the flesh had been eaten, they were horrified and their souls trembled. All of them were completely convinced. They had no choice but to be convinced. Number 9 had brought back the flesh. If they had only heard of it, they might have been shocked. But the evolvers who had followed Number 9 to the north and brought back the flesh were absolutely horrified. Those who knew how strong the second patriarch was felt their scalps about to explode. They could feel their souls throbbing with deep fear. Who was the martial madman's second disciple? He had been famous throughout the world since prehistoric times and was a terrifying powerhouse. As the years passed, he naturally became more and more terrifying. He was strong enough to destroy orthodoxies one after another and was a great evil being recorded in the history books. But such a being had met with such a calamity after successfully breaking through and was brought back by Number 9 to be eaten. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be terrified? Up until now, many people didn't believe that Number 9 had gone to the north to bring back the flesh. Most of them believed that the second patriarch had been killed by Number 9 during his transformation. I didn't do it, Number 9 retorted after hearing their discussion. The people were horrified. They had only been discussing in secret. How could this be heard? The world was shaken that morning. The news that the martial madman's second disciple had been killed by Number 9 had spread everywhere. Number 9's infamy shook the world of the living. I really didn't kill him. You're slandering me, Number 9 corrected righteously. But who would believe that? I saw you come back with the bomb. How could it not have been done by you? No one believed that the second patriarch had suffered chi deviation, failed to evolve, and suffered a calamity. I'm warning you, don't spread rumors. Number 9 spoke seriously, threatening everyone on the battlefield. Everyone was speechless. You're holding a prostitute in one hand, and you're still saying that. That's not convincing at all. You're definitely the one who did it. The evolvers who had followed Number 9 to the north all kept their mouths shut, not saying a word. They did not spread rumors, nor did they refute them. The main point was that the discussion on the battlefield was a trivial matter. Right now, it was the mainstream discussion everywhere in the Yang realm. 70% of the people believed that it was the savage demon master level creature, Number 9, who had killed the second ancestor. Everyone realized that a great battle was about to take place. It was enough to shock the heavens and the earth and make the gods weep. It was the most terrifying and important battle since prehistoric times. Many believed that the martial madman would definitely come out from his closed-door training. He could not tolerate such a thing. His second disciple was killed. How could he remain indifferent? How could he just sit there and do nothing? Based on this monument-like creature of martial Tao, based on this world-shaking and peerless mad demon, he would definitely come to the three-way battlefield. When the time came, it would depend on whether Number 9 could withstand it. If he couldn't, it wouldn't matter even if he came from the world's number 1 famed mountain. The world's number 1 mountain is Li Su's sect. They won't be afraid of the martial madman. That's not necessarily true. It's said that Li Su surpassed his master, and the martial madman is no weaker than Li Su. Add to that his many years of cultivation. How many people throughout the ages can rival him? Many people were discussing, and the world was in an uproar. Chowda's name was also spread everywhere because someone had taken a photo of him. The close-up shot was truly shocking. Do you see that? Chowda, the successor of the world's number 1 famed mountain, has roasted his prostitute and is eating it with great relish. Oh, right, his name is Chow. The world was in an uproar. Be it the Heavenly Morning Post, the Thai First newspaper, or the Tonggu periodical, they all published pictures on the front page, focusing on the situation. For example, the Heavenly Morning Post was attracting attention in this way. Extra, extra, junior brother Li Su, Chow, he is coming to being. Great sage Chow de first killed the 7 death bodies, and then raped himself, together with his master. He wants to fight the martial madman's faction to the death. Another example was the Thai First newspaper. Shocking secret news. Prehistoric Black Hand Li Su has returned and once again attacked his old enemy. He is suspected to have reincarnated as Chow Yi. Chu Feng was speechless. He had become completely famous that morning. He went to the edge of the battlefield and found a place with internet. He quickly connected to it and immediately saw the reports from all over the world. Obviously, he was once again standing in the eye of the storm. Chowda's name had spread throughout the world, and it was impossible not to talk about him. He cursed silently. Were these newspapers all from the shocking department? Each one was more exaggerated than the last. It was too outrageous. He stared at the photo and was speechless. The angle of the photo was too tricky. It highlighted his snow-white teeth and his rather handsome face, but it was filled with coldness. Now, some people had even started to call him the erotic demon. He really wanted to say that number 9 loved prostitutes the most. Chowda's name had spread throughout the world. Last time, G-Dade had become one of the most wanted criminals with the highest bounty. His notoriety had caused an uproar everywhere, but it was nothing more than this. Now, Chowda's infamy was no less than G-Dade's infamy. Number 9 was naturally the subject of heated discussion. He was the center of attention, but he was very unhappy. He emphasized that he hadn't killed the second brother in the north and had only gone to pick up the prostitute. Later on, he actually went north and threatened everyone from the martial madman's second disciple's lineage to immediately refute the rumors. This scene made Chu Feng speechless. Was number 9 serious? The people of this lineage felt a chill down their spine. They were all quite frightened. This demon-like living corpse had already left with the second ancestor's prostitute. But in order to refute the rumors, he had actually descended once again to threaten them. On that day, these people clarified to the outside world that the second ancestor had failed in his transformation and his corporeal body had disintegrated. It wasn't number 9 who had killed him. Who in the outside world would believe this? The consensus was that this was number 9's coercion. At the same time, everyone was shocked. Was he doing this on purpose? The ruthless number 9 was provoking the martial madman. The people increasingly realized that if there were no accidents, the living beings of the world's number 1 famed mountain would inevitably have a peerless battle with a martial madman. Ninth Master, can you stop him? It seems that the martial madman is bound to come out. Chu Feng said softly. The second ancestor had been carried away. It was said that he had been sent to the martial madman's seclusion grounds. With his miserable state, it was likely that the martial madman would come out of seclusion. Moreover, the outside world was adding fuel to the fire with all kinds of reports and incessantly fanning the flames. The two powerhouses were bound to fight. Chapter 1288. The atmosphere on the 3 battlefields was very strange. Number 9 had stopped here for 2 days and didn't leave. Occasionally, he would come out for a stroll, causing headaches and fear for all parties. During this period, Chu Feng once again barbecued and invited the new wandering cultivators to a banquet. He was very enthusiastic as he took out the second ancestor's flesh and seasoned it in front of everyone. The aroma of the roasted meat wafted over half a camp, and the meat was surrounded by an astonishing golden light. It could be said to be a gluttonous feast. However, 99% of the people sat still and didn't dare to touch their chopsticks. What kind of joke was this? Who would dare to eat? Chu Feng didn't mind. He didn't want to invite these people at all. He just wanted to let the Black Yak and Lu Bohu, who were mixed in the crowd, taste the delicacies. They were brothers in their previous lives, so they would also share the good fortune in this life. Of course, his technique was very secretive. The delicacies for his brothers were sandwiched between other meat. The so-called gluttonous feast naturally had other ingredients. On this day, the divine king of the 9-headed bird race, Chi Feng, and the 3-headed divine, Dragon Yun Tuahauld. Apparently, they had been taken advantage of by Chowda. This made them so angry that their bodies were trembling. They really wanted to kill Chowda. He was completely treating them like chickens that could be eaten at any time. The wandering cultivators braced themselves and ate the dragon and nine-headed bird race's braised meat and soup. They wouldn't dare to eat the second ancestor's meat, even if they were beaten to death. They would eat the other two races' meat in order to give Demon Lord Chow to some face. That would really make their mouths taste good and their hearts beat fast. Unfortunately, Chu Feng still couldn't communicate with the Black Yak and the old donkey Lu Bohu. He didn't even secretly transmit his voice. That was because the experts on this battlefield were too outrageous. They could capture people's spiritual soul light waves, and even one-way messages could be intercepted. Chu Feng couldn't let his two brothers be exposed and step into danger no matter what. Today, he urged Qi roam again. He wanted to enter the secret realm and harvest his fortune. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. Qi Rong communicated a few times and confirmed that the secret realm was about to open. He was almost done communicating with the higher-ups of the Shan and He provinces and decided on the boundaries. Very well. Chu Feng was delighted because the time to reap his harvest was almost here. At the same time, he wanted to communicate with LV Bohu, Shi, the Black Yak, and the others in the secret realm. Other than that, if he had the chance, he still wanted to run to the secret realm in Shan province to meet up with Ing Xiao Xiao and other old friends. At this moment, Chu Feng was extremely excited. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. He knew that the winds and clouds on the battlefield could change at a moment's notice. He should enter the secret realm as soon as possible while Number 9 could still hold the fort here. Everyone knew that the martial madman was destined to head south and attack Number 9. This unparalleled maniac was fearless. Even if Li Su was reborn, he would still come to kill. In fact, the outside world had been in an uproar for the past 2 days. From the internet to various places in the mortal realm, there wasn't a single race and sect that wasn't talking about it. It could be said that the entire world was paying close attention to the 3 battlefields. No one believed that this battle could be avoided. This was the first great collision between peerless experts since ancient times, and it was bound to shake the entire Yang realm. The great battle hadn't started yet, but every place was already heated up. The world was restless. From tea houses to restaurants to skyscraper clubs, the whole world was talking about it. There were bankers who set up gambling houses for people to place their bets. They could bet on who would win and who would lose. At present, there were many people who bet on the martial madman's victory. For a moment, the world couldn't calm down. It hadn't been like this for a long time. The whole world was paying attention to one thing. In various places and in some modern cities, there were huge screens, posters, projectors, and other promotional materials everywhere. They were all hyping up this battle. Obviously, there wasn't just one banker who set up gambling houses. They all wanted to take advantage of this incident that would shake the whole world to make a profit. The martial madman will definitely come out of seclusion to settle things with the world's number 1 famed mountain. This is a continuation of that peak battle from prehistoric times. Many people thought so. In prehistoric times, the martial madman and Li Su, the mythical creatures in myths and legends, were old enemies. They were born to oppose each other. People thought that this was a continuation of the fierce battle from the Golden Era. Now, it was nearing the end, and there was a result. What was more unfortunate was that Li Su wasn't going to personally take action. However, with the foundation of his sect, the appearance of Number 9 wouldn't tarnish his reputation. Everyone in the world was looking forward to this battle. From young evolvers to the founding ancestors of their clans, many of the living old-timers had been revived. At their level, it was too difficult to take a step forward. There was no doubt that if a creature like the martial madman were to come out and fight with Number 9, they might be able to vaguely see the road ahead of them. In fact, it wasn't just the great orthodoxies and famous aristocratic families in the Yang realm. Even the creatures in the Forbidden Lands were alarmed. This was somewhat terrifying. Some people saw abnormal movements in a certain Forbidden Land at noon as some creatures walked out. In a certain Forbidden Land in the Yang realm's eastern region, a team exploring in a relatively safe area was captured and interrogated about the battle between the martial madman and Number 9. Although the team was released in the end, they were still scared half to death and broke out in cold sweat. Normally, the Forbidden Land was very quiet with few creatures moving about. As for the appearance of such creatures, it was especially rare, but they had actually encountered one. The world was in an uproar when the news spread, and people were increasingly shocked. Even the creatures in the Forbidden Lands were paying attention to the battle between Number 9 and the martial madman. Every Forbidden Land was a legend, a taboo, inhabited by incomprehensible creatures. No one could tell what kind of race they were, but all of them had the power to sweep through the world. Now that they were alarmed and some species were coming back to life, it was quite terrifying. One had to know that in the past, when a certain forbidden land was in chaos, such as the overseas island with the bloodline fruit, the strongest creature there had once commanded the Yang realm and swept through all living things. In a certain prehistoric era, the creatures of the Yang realm were forced into a corner and united all the experts in the world to go on a punitive expedition to flatten that overseas island. In the end, they suffered heavy losses and more than half of the people who went died. There is even a saying that more than 90% of the experts died, which led to the destruction of that place, turning it into the Scarlet Calamity Island. This was a forbidden land that couldn't be provoked. In addition, although it was said to have been destroyed, there were rumors that there were still roots behind the Forbidden Land. There was also an inexplicable source that was difficult to exterminate. That was why there were signs of revival in this kind of place now. There were creatures coming out to investigate the situation, so how could the people of the Yang realm not be alarmed? The world was in a state of turmoil. Creatures had appeared in forbidden lands that had been destroyed for many years. One could imagine how astonishing the world-shaking war that was destined to start was. It attracted more and more attention. What was Number 9 doing when the world was in an uproar? He remained unmoved and wasn't affected by the outside world. He was wholeheartedly eating the bloody food. Number 9 was muffled and silent. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and miserable cries could be heard from time to time. Divine King Chi Feng, three-headed divine dragon Yun Ta, celestial sovereign Chi Su, 12-winged silver dragon, and the others were all brought over and had the remnant order marks completely removed from their bodies. Each and every one of them was scared. This day was very miserable. They regretted their past and felt that they really shouldn't have provoked Chowda, the disciple of the world's most famous mountain. This situation was too miserable. Their thighs had been eaten several times in a single day. Number 9 was very quiet on this day, but he was also terrifying. He emitted an extremely dangerous aura, and even Chu Feng didn't dare to approach and hid far away. Long Dai wanted curry favor. He once ran over behind Chu Feng's back and wanted to strike up a conversation with Number 9. In the end, with a howl, he left as quickly as he came, scampering away. There was a bloody claw mark on his buttocks, and his real body was almost exposed. His scales had fallen off, and a piece of flesh was missing from his thigh and buttocks. Serves him right. This was Chu Feng's evaluation of him. The strange dragon actually went to contact Number 9 behind his back. This was a one-way development to shake off G-Dade. Not long after, another piece of news came out that could simply be considered to shake the world. No one knew where reincarnation hunters usually resided or where they usually resided. Moreover, it was a group, and they crossed the sky from the western region of the Yang realm. Were they also here for the first great decisive battle since ancient times? Everyone was alarmed and alarmed. These creatures were extremely terrifying and also very special. Some of them were less than 3 feet long and had the face of a fox, the body of a human, and the wings of a black dragon. Some of them had a flat golden face and a single eye. They were less than 5 feet tall. This group of creatures specialized in killing experts who had reincarnated with memories. Is the world going to fall into chaos? Why are all kinds of demons and eccentrics coming into being? Even the ancient ancestor of a race was puzzled. He looked up at the sky and felt gloomy in his heart. The atmosphere in the Yang realm made people feel nervous. Moreover, on that day, some people heard the sound of flapping wings. Illusory creatures appeared inexplicably from the void, and in the end, they showed themselves and crossed the firmament. Some of the older generation figures felt their scalps go numb. They were actually the legendary celestial venerable forgers. The entire world became a bit noisy, a bit terrifying. A few strange races, some creatures with shocking backgrounds, all of them appearing one after another, leaving one feeling uneasy. Martial Madman, please come out and kill the great demon of the world's #1 famed mountain. At this moment, in a northern mountain gate died, red by the second ancestor's blood, countless people were praying and kowtowing piously towards the extreme north. Now, the whole world was paying attention to this matter, and the creatures of all races were waiting for the results. The people of the second ancestor's bloodline were angry and afraid. They hoped that Martial Madman would immediately come out and kill the great enemy. However, 2 days had passed, so why was there still no movement? The people of the second ancestor's bloodline were worried. Could it be that something had happened to Martial Madman, and he had already passed away? There had always been such a rumor since ancient times. At this time, many experts of the Martial Madman's bloodline were alarmed, such as the great Martial Heavenly Venerable and the experts of the other bloodlines. They were all looking towards the north, waiting for the first ancestor to come out after thousands of years to suppress the Yang realm. The Yang realm was vast and boundless. The so-called attention of the whole world was only limited to the places that could be explored. In fact, there were even more vast secret realms waiting to be developed, and they were even more terrifying. But now, there were movements in many barren lands. After many years, the beings of the world's #1 famed mountain and the Martial Madman were about to have a great showdown, attracting the attention of many experts. In the end, the evolvers of the Martial Madman's bloodline rushed to the extreme north from various places as if they were on a pilgrimage. They kowtowed almost every time they reached the legendary Martial Madman's place of seclusion. On this day, the great Martial Heavenly Venerable came with a few of his children to meet the Martial Madman. After arriving, his heart palpitated. The first thing he saw was his master. She was a white-haired woman with a young and stunning face. She was the Martial Madman's youngest disciple. As for the second ancestor's bloodline, they came 2 days ago. They carried the bloodied and crippled second ancestor and knelt on the ground to invite the first ancestor out of seclusion. What was shocking was that there were other beings with the same status as the second ancestor and the great Martial Heavenly Venerable's master. They were also kneeling on the ground in silence with chaotic chi lingering around them. They were all praying and worshiping, kowtowing with every step they took. They came from afar to meet the Martial Madman. It was the first time many of them came here, including the great Martial Heavenly Venerable, who was considered young and strong. For many people, this was the first time they had come here. Even Empyrean Extreme Martial was a relatively young Empyrean. This was the first time they had approached this place with fear and trepidation. It was only recently that they came in contact with their master and gradually understood where the first ancestor was in seclusion. It was also recently that they were convinced that the Martial Madman was still alive and had not been buried in the passage of time. It was only recently that they were convinced that the Martial Madman was still alive and hadn't perished in the passage of time. Some time ago, even the great Martial Heavenly Venerable's master wasn't sure if the Martial Madman was still alive. He only had the belief that he was invincible in the world and was destined to be immortal and undefeated in the passage of time. This was a quiet land with sparse vegetation. Ahead of them was a surging gray fog that was incomparably oppressive. It made one's soul tremble and feel a strong sense of unease. Even someone as strong as the great Martial Heavenly Venerable was terrified and knelt on the ground, not daring to move. No one knew what kind of area lay in the gray fog ahead. Even his disciples didn't dare to approach when the Martial Madman was in seclusion. They had never entered before. Please revive the Martial Madman and kill the experts of Li Su's sect. Someone softly prayed. It It was one of his disciples who led everyone to worship and burn a special kind of incense. Since prehistoric times, the three words, martial madman, had become a form of respect and reverence. It represented invincibility and suppression of the ages, so even his disciples addressed him as such with the addition of the word venerable master. When the incense burned, the great Tao fragments appeared, causing the heaven and earth to rumble. It was somewhat terrifying. The fragrance filled half of the sky, and the smoke slowly surged towards the gray fog ahead. This was a special kind of incense that contained a certain law fragment refined by the martial madman in the past. It was the only way to safely awaken him. Otherwise, if any other living beings were to approach, they might explode in a breath's time and turn into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. At first, it was very quiet, but after an unknown period of time, a terrifying pulse appeared that made everyone feel suffocated. Then, there was a thump that sounded like the beating of a heavenly drum. It caused everyone's blood and chi to churn, their ears to ring, and their vision to darken. Then, the thump slowly sounded. It was very slow, but it was very rhythmic as it gradually rang out one after another. It sounded like a heartbeat. However, the vibration was too terrifying. All the divine kings present were coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and they were about to explode. If it weren't for the protection of someone, they wouldn't have survived. The martial madman had revived. Chapter 1289. Amidst the gray mist, the terrifying thumping sounds became more and more powerful, as if someone was awakening from an ancient slumber and gradually regaining vitality. However, this was also extremely terrifying. At a speed visible to the naked eye, black cracks began to appear outside the gray mist as the void collapsed. What kind of creature was this? Could it be that even this world could not accommodate him? As soon as he woke up, his body's various indicators were improving and recovering, returning to his normal state. Who would have thought that it would cause dense cracks to appear in the void? His true form was too terrifying. Ancestral Master, this disciple welcomes your return. Many people from his lineage knelt on the ground and kowtowed devoutly. They felt their blood boiling as the invincible Ancestral Master had finally awakened and was about to sweep through the world. Everyone had confidence in the martial madman. This was an omnipotent existence who dared to ascend the heavens and dive into the earth. He was a powerhouse who had dominated many eras. 2 days ago, the second Ancestral Master suffered a setback and had both his legs taken away and eaten. Now is the time to demand an explanation. When the Ancestral Master came out of the mountains, the world would submit to him and no one would dare to disobey. The outline of some majestic mountains emerged from the gray mist, and a powerful heartbeat came from the depths of that region. At this time, every evolver kneeling on the ground felt suffocated as they felt the aura of a revived creature engulfing them. The martial madman's disciples glowed and shielded their disciples and grand disciples. Otherwise, even the divine king's body would explode. At this time, even the heavenly venerables had blood trickling down from the corner of their mouths. They were deeply shaken. The Ancestral Master had only awakened normally, yet he was able to do this? At this moment, they finally realized how long the path of evolution was. There was still a long way to go, and they had too many roads to walk. However, this was also a good thing. With such a martial mountain towering in front of them, it would give everyone hope. When the various races were searching for the road ahead and were lost, they would have such a bright lighthouse shining on them, allowing them to find the road ahead and not get lost. In the future, if they had the opportunity to go further, their bodies might not experience such an indescribable strange phenomenon. In the mist, amidst the churning gray energy clouds, there was a terrifying breathing sound like the howling of a gale sweeping across the sky and earth. This scene was extremely terrifying. As they breathed, everyone felt how insignificant they were. They were as weak as specks of dust, while the clouds that overflowed into the heavens surged. With a breath of air, the fog in the sky and on the ground would disappear. With a breath of air, the entire world would become hazy and covered in fog. Everyone was horrified. Even though they were the disciples and grand disciples of the martial madman, they still felt chills running down their spines. What kind of majestic energy was surging out? Even the void was torn apart by his breath. The mist carried great Tao fragments and interweaved with divine chains of order. The scene was shocking. It was like lightning and rumbling thunder. Coupled with the increasingly powerful heartbeat, it was like a deafening clap of thunder. This area made people shiver in fear. He was just a living creature, yet his normal bodily functions could already be like this, making the mountains and rivers lose their color, making the sun and moon lose their radiance. How terrifying was this? When the creature breathed, the gray mist was sucked in. People saw one after another majestic mountains that were as black as ink standing in the magma, in the blood sea, and in the world of ice and snow. There was more than one mountain, and the environments between them were different. Some areas were flowing with magma, some were bitterly cold lands of ice and snow, and some were seas of blood. The terrain was extremely complex. Behind the gray mist, there were some black mountains that were as tall as the sky, standing in different areas. They were majestic and terrifying. No one knew which mountain the martial madman was slumbering in. Later, as his breathing became more and more stable, his heartbeat became more and more powerful, and everything was once again covered by the mist. Finally, in the gray mist, a pair of pale golden eyes seemed to open slightly. The true body of the martial madman has appeared. His disciples and followers cheered, and some were so excited that hot tears flowed down their cheeks. Among them was his youngest disciple, the white-haired girl, who was also crying. Even though she was a mighty existence, she had not seen her master for a long time. Master is in the secret realm. This is the reflection of the Dharma. Someone said, it was the eldest disciple of the martial madman. Even so, the reflection was extremely terrifying. As his pupils shone brighter, it almost tore the starry sky apart. A beam of light flew out and landed on the second ancestor's body. His great Tao injuries began to disappear, and his body that was full of cracks gradually became full of vitality. In an instant, the second ancestor's great Tao injuries were healed. His body slowly grew back, and his broken Tao foundation healed. In an instant, his eyes were filled with tears as he shouted, "Master!" The martial madman did not speak. He was breathing, and in the blurry secret realm, one could vaguely see two streams of air flowing in and out his mouth and nose. They became stronger and stronger, and finally glowed. Chi! As he breathed, the streams of air were like two immortal swords that came into being. They cut open the void, crossed hundreds of millions of miles, and headed south at an extreme speed. Master has made a move? Someone exclaimed. For a moment, everyone was shocked, and even his disciples exclaimed. As for the great martial lord and the others, they were trembling with excitement. Their hearts were filled with joy. With the appearance of the martial madman, the world was in awe. Who would dare to disobey him? A true invincible expert had appeared, and he would sweep across the world. At this moment, the hearts of all living beings in the north palpitated, and they could not help but tremble. Even the experts felt their scalps go numb, and they felt a chill. They still did not know what was happening, but in this world, there seemed to be a supreme being looking down on them, forcing them to submit. The two streams of air that the martial madman breathed out pierced through the void and went all the way south, crossing countless provinces, and appeared in the sky above the three battlefields. With a boom, it was as if the world was collapsing. Two gray streams of air rushed out, and the momentum was too terrifying. They were like immortal swords that swept across the sky, and the fragments of the great Tao blasted out, destroying everything in their path. Was he going to annihilate all living beings on the battlefield? This attack was too terrifying. It did not distinguish between friend and foe, and wanted to annihilate them all. This was the martial madman, boundlessly domineering. Even after sleeping for countless years, once he awakened, he was still as self-centered as ever. Anyone who provoked him would be killed and wiped out. Who cared if the innocent would be implicated or if countless living beings would be buried with him? It was unknown how many experts were shaken in various places. Even some ancient existences that were sleeping in the famous mountains and great rivers had awakened. They opened their eyes in shock and stared at the void, watching the three battlefields. Two streams of gray mist pressed down like long swords that swept across the sky, intending to cut down all living beings. How arrogant! You want to kill me with just 2 breaths? Countless living beings on the 3 battlefields trembled, feeling as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing, as if doomsday was coming. Number 9 stood out and took a step into the air, hovering in midair. He let out a shout and directly exhaled a breath of air. With a boom, he smashed out like a vast ocean, crashing into the 2 streams of gray mist that poured down from the sky. The countless fragments of the great Tao were too terrifying, covering the sun and tearing the sky apart. It was as if the starry sky was about to fall. If it were to explode here, the outcome would be extremely terrifying. The entire area would be sunk, and there would be heavy losses. In the end, Number 9 suddenly waved his sleeve, causing the streams of air mixed with the fragments of the great Tao to fly into the outer realm and disappear into the vast sea. However, everyone's mind was trembling as if they could hear a loud collision sound millions of miles away. That was the result of the martial madman's exhalation and Number 9's attack. This was too terrifying. Countless people in the Yang realm were horrified, and all the experts who were paying attention to this battle felt their scalps go numb. This was indeed a mythical creature of legends. Only in this way could there be such an earth-shattering momentum. How could bystanders resist such a method and such a momentum that could swallow the world? The martial madman had revived in the extreme north. It was unknown how many millions of miles away he was, but just 2 streams of air were enough to shake heaven and earth. The 2 streams of air spanned across countless provinces, and it was truly terrifying and horrifying that they could even kill someone like this. If the martial madman wanted to kill someone, apart from a few people in the world, who could resist and survive? In the extreme north, gray mist filled the air. The disciples and followers of the martial madman were kneeling there with their blood boiling as they waited for the patriarch to kill all enemies in the world. Amidst the terrifying heartbeat and the deafening roar of breathing, a monstrous bloody light soared behind the boundless Black Mountain, almost drowning the entire northern land. People were shocked. Looking at the extreme north from other provinces, there was a creature reviving. Its blood and chi surged up, covering the sky and earth, turning the starry sky blood red as crimson clouds covered everything. Why doesn't the patriarch come out of seclusion to kill the great demon and trample the number 1 mountain in the world? Someone said with a trembling voice, hoping that such a thing would happen. The master is in the secret realm and hasn't officially come out of seclusion. Perhaps it's not time for him to come out yet. The martial madman's youngest disciple, the white-haired woman, said. At this moment, a sonorous sound was heard, followed by the earth shaking and the mountains rumbling. That was the revival of the great Tao. The martial madman's weapon was slowly pulled out from the Black Mountain. It vibrated and resonated with the sound of the great Tao. Before people could see it clearly, it was wrapped in primal chaos. Then, it shook violently again. At this moment, the whole world was shocked. The weapon shone dazzlingly, and amidst the sound of the Tao, a wheel of light was formed in front of it. Countless fragments of time danced in the air, and the power of time pervaded the air. In prehistory, the martial madman had once walked into various terrifying ruins of famous mountains and great rivers in search of the top-ranked techniques that had been lost. In the end, he obtained some results. People didn't know how many arts of invincibility he had found. However, after the battle between Chu Feng and Li Qintian, people understood that he had at least obtained one of the top 3 techniques in the Yang realm, the art of time. Now that his weapon had come into being, it bloomed with light and transformed into a wheel of time. The world was long, and the time was merciless. Such an attack could be said to be world-shattering and extremely terrifying. The wheel of light moved and shot out a dazzling beam of light. In an instant, it penetrated all obstructions from the extreme north and reached the three battlefields. This was the power of time, the derivation of the arts of invincibility. This earth-shattering attack was almost unsolvable. It could kill gods and Buddhas if they stood in its way. The roar of the great Tao, the collapse of the heavens, and the rending of the earth, none of these were reflected. Time penetrated everything, obliterating and crushing all enemies. Roar! At this moment, even number 9 roared at the sky. His skinny body stood on the battlefield, and his temperament was completely different from before. His hair, which was like wild grass, danced wildly. His eyes were sharp and terrifying, like the awakening of a demon king. With his back facing the direction of the first famed mountain, he looked at the wheel of time in the north and let out another roar. There was a loud bang. In the same prefecture, at the first famed mountain, a large flag fluttered in the wind. Then, it led to a huge yin-yang diagram. Next, the yin-yang diagram emerged and shone on the outside of the first famed mountain, as well as the back of number 9. Number 9 was still standing on the battlefield, but now, a huge yin-yang diagram appeared behind him, confronting the wheel of time in the extreme north. Boom! Chapter 1290. The yin-yang diagram was simply too huge. Standing behind number 9, it was as if the mountains and seas were collapsing. It swept up and scattered the clouds, majestic and boundless. Number 9 stood there, his hair fluttering in the wind. He was no longer as calm as he used to be. Instead, he was incomparably fierce, like a demon emperor looking down on the world. Rumble. In the distance, the beam of time that flew over formed a terrifying storm. It was so terrifying that it pierced through the heavens and earth, and nothing could stop it. The entire battlefield trembled, and the ground rumbled. Many people could not stand steadily, but even when they fell, they remained silent. Everyone was terrified and almost suffocated. This was because this concerned their life and death. If number 9 could not stop it, they would most likely be buried with him. The martial madman was too domineering. He did not just say that he would bathe the world in blood. Crack! It was as if a shocking thunderbolt had exploded. The power of time could kill all enemies in the world. However, it did not work this time. The thick beam of light blasted over. Even the heavens and earth trembled, and even the great Tao was suppressed. However, the huge yin-yang diagram slowly rotated like a galaxy vortex and finally swallowed all the energy of time that rushed over. Obliterated. Finally, the dazzling beam of light that traversed the battlefield disappeared. The world was shocked. This was a beam of time shot by the martial madman from the extreme north. Normally, it should be invincible and unstoppable. However, number 9 did it. He could resist it. The yin-yang diagram behind him rotated like a millstone, obliterating the time and absorbing the energy. At this moment, the world was shocked. After so many years, the martial madman had attacked again, and someone could stop him. Although that person was a terrifying expert who came from Li Su's sect, he did not have any previous battle achievements, and it was difficult to be truly convinced. But now, this shocking blow was enough to prove everything. This was a peerless expert, one who dominated the ancient times. It was said that Li Su had surpassed his master, and people guessed that his sect would not be stronger than him. This meant that number 9 would most likely not be able to stop the martial madman, who had found the art of invincibility after so many years of accumulation. After all, the martial madman was defeated by Li Su. He was very unconvinced, believing that it was because he lacked the corresponding art of invincibility that the big prehistoric black hand smashed his forehead, causing him to bleed profusely. Now that he had returned, who in the world could match him? Originally, he had returned for 2 Li Xue. Unfortunately, he would never see that person again. In this life, after he emerged from secluded meditation, barring any mishaps, his most domineering action would be to flatten the number 1 mountain under heaven. But now, when everyone saw how tyrannical number 9 was actually able to block the time technique, their minds immediately churned, making all sorts of guesses. "Come on!" Number 9 roared in an extremely oppressive manner. His head of hair danced about chaotically, and his eyes were like 2 streaks of sharp lightning. His expression was cold and crazy as he stared north. Was this his true temperament? No wonder he wanted to eat people's thighs. This kind of demonic style suited him. In the extreme north, there were only 3 battlefields away from the summer state. It was unknown how many states were separated here, spanning across the vast land. But now, with a Hong sound, a beam of light flew over again, hacking apart the heavens, revealing the everlasting. This time, the resplendent light was too terrifying. This was a sword of time, incomparably thick and exceptionally sharp. It was completely formed from fragments of time, carrying with it a thick power of time. This was an energy that could annihilate all things. Whether it was in the world of the living or the world of the dead, whether it was in the sky or on the ground, no creature could withstand the erosion of time. That was why the time technique was directly ranked in the top 3. It was truly an invincible and wonderful technique. The sword of time was very hazy. It crossed who knew how many states, really cutting through mountains and rivers, and nothing could stop it. Along the way, as long as there was a towering mountain blocking the way, then it would disappear. The sword of time swept past, and all things were destroyed. The mountains did not collapse, but they were directly cut into nothingness without even a sound. Number 9's demonic nature burst forth, and he stood in front of the huge yin-yang diagram. As his hands moved, the yin-yang diagram behind him also rotated, directly spraying out black and white light. Without a sound, this terrifying black and white light hit the sword of time that was cutting through the air. A huge explosion occurred between the two, and the dazzling light blinded many people, making them unable to see anything. What was even more terrifying was the light waves that were blasted out. If they really swept out, the battlefield would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Number 9's hands moved, and endless light flew towards the yin-yang diagram. It did not spread, but was collected. At the very least, the low-altitude wind and waves were calm, and the people on the battlefield were unharmed. Crack! There was a violent collision, and the black and white light exploded, annihilated, scattered by the sword of time. However, the sword of time itself also disintegrated, forming a violent shock wave. Kill! This time, Number 9 took the initiative to attack, activating the yin-yang diagram, blasting out a light beam of the Great Tao, killing towards the north. There was no doubt that once the overlord of the extreme north launched an attack, it would not just be a few attacks just now. That wheel of time was rotating, and an even more terrifying storm was approaching, causing all the old monsters in the famous mountains and rivers who were awakened to suck in a breath of cold air, feeling their bodies turn cold. The wheel of time rotated, and the light beam was torrential, traversing the vast sky. At this time, in the vast and boundless land, no matter how vast it was meaningless. Time could cross everything, and it arrived in an instant. It was as if the sea of stars was rotating, and then it suddenly exploded, forming a beam of light that blasted towards the 3 battlefields. Similarly, it was the same at the yin-yang diagram. After Number 9 took the initiative to attack, a resplendent and intimidating beam of light flew out, colliding with the time energy. This strike made heaven and earth collapse. It was like a great explosion in the starry sky. However, Number 9 couldn't bear it in the end, activating the yin-yang diagram to protect the battlefield again, absorbing all of the low-altitude shockwaves. And in the sky, not to mention the black and white light of the yin-yang diagram, just the ripples that spread out after the beam of time was scattered were enough to shock the world. There were also ruined mountains on the three battlefields, as well as areas that towered into the clouds. But now, after being swept by the ripples of time, they all silently disappeared. Many great mountains, many ruined peaks, everything above the waist disappeared, turned into nothingness by the ripples of time. And even higher up, the starlight in outer space was dim, and there were meteorites pouring down. It was too terrifying, burning, as if the world was being destroyed. Duo. Number 9 released a light shout towards the sky. The group of meteorites that flew over from outer space all exploded, illuminating the sky dome, extremely dazzling. The low-altitude areas were unharmed, and the areas below the waist of the mountains were all preserved in perfect condition. The most powerful battle in recent times has erupted. The world-shaking martial madman is going against the peerless creature of the world's number 1 famed mountain. At this moment, the entire world was talking about the names of number 9 and the martial madman. Millions of races were boiling, and every region of a Yang realm was shaken. Regardless of whether it was the major newspapers or the major gambling houses, they were all doing their best to report it, spreading the news as soon as possible. The whole world was shocked. After thousands of years, a peerless character that could contend against the martial madman had finally appeared. It was shocking. This battle was too important, and it would establish confidence for some terrifying creatures that had lost their way. This battle also made the world clamor, and the vast, desolate land seemed to be shaking because of it. At this moment, a few forbidden lands had recovered, and some creatures walked out in succession to observe this battle from afar. It could be said that the impact was boundlessly great. Rumble. In the land of extreme north, in the primal chaos mist, a figure was taking form, condensing, and taking form. Was that the martial madman? People were shocked. Some prehistoric creatures were staring at the north, their hearts trembling. Had the martial madman appeared? He was actually going to directly kill his way into the 3 battlefields. Chi. A figure moved from the martial madman's place of seclusion. Fragments of time danced about and twined around his terrifying body. The vast, desolate land was meaningless to him, and it couldn't restrain him. In almost an instant, he had killed his way from the extreme north and descended upon the 3 battlefields. A peerless expert that surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. An extremely terrifying aura pervaded the air, and the whole world was trembling because of it. A terrifying power engulfed the heavens and earth. Chapter 1291. He's here. The martial madman has come into being. The whole world was shocked, and evolvers from all walks of life were trembling. Had this tyrannical and iron-blooded figure reappeared after being separated for eons? No one would ever forget the terrifying age of turmoil when he massacred the world and massacred all sections. Blood flowed like rivers wherever he went. In the past, even the ancient Dream Path, an evolutionary sect that was once ranked in the top 10, was flattened by him, and even the Sex Patriarch was beaten to death. There were many similar achievements. Some even said that he had challenged Samsara, entered the Great Een realm, and even went to the Foreign realm to kill great evil spirits. All kinds of terrifying anecdotes made all races tremble in fear. In the following years, he had also killed mythical creatures. Although only a few people knew about it, it added to his mysteriousness. It could be said that his achievements were glorious. Only God knew who else he had killed. An incomparably tyrannical figure appeared. As soon as he came, all the clouds in all directions exploded, the sky cracked, and the starry sky turned dark. Everything was intimidated by him. The whole world was wailing and trembling as if it was being suppressed by him. With a cold snort, he waved his hand, and the countless meteorites that had flown over from the outer realm earlier were all incinerated. They exploded like fireworks, looking extremely dazzling in the outer realm. The scene was too horrifying. The remains of the stars in the sky turned into ashes with a snap of his fingers. When a violent explosion resounded in the outer realm, all living beings on the ground trembled. The martial madman was drowned in chaotic chi and was wrapped up. One could only vaguely see a vague and terrifying figure with only a pair of pale golden eyes exposed. It was a terrifying scene. His aura was too tyrannical. On the battlefield, everyone was about to explode. No matter what realm one was at, it was almost impossible to be in the same space as him. This kind of energy and aura shocked the world. If it wasn't for the yin-yang diagram behind number 9 that emitted ripples and stabilized the entire battlefield, many living beings would have been annihilated, and the ground here would have completely caved in. Is that you? Number 9 bared his teeth, his face white. On this ancient battlefield, before this incredibly domineering prehistoric mad demon, he seemed extremely calm and also extremely callous. The martial madman stared at number 9 without saying a word. Since ancient times, he had always been a legend, and for so many years, he had always been unrivaled. Those who followed him would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. Now, for the sake of the world's most famous mountain, was he really going to die? Was this his real body? Everyone was suspicious. Everyone in the world was trembling, and even their souls were shivering. Number 9's gaze sharpened as well, and the green light circulating in his pupils began to collapse, becoming more and more abstruse. In the end, his eyes were like two rotating universes. He locked onto the figure in front of him. This person was surrounded by primal chaos. Apart from this, there was a wave of special energy covering his body. No eye technique, able to see through it, unable to see through it. Finally, he spoke. "Li Su, is that you?" "What?" Experts from all walks of life, the evolvers on the vast battlefield, as well as the old-timers who had just woken up from their slumber, were all terrified and trembling. What is he talking about? The martial madman was saying. Number 9 was Li Su? How is this possible? At this moment, not to mention the others, even Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He had never expected that the person in front of him might be the real prehistoric culprit. This was impossible, as he had once brought Old Gu into the world's most famous mountain. If it was his sworn brother, how could Old Gu not recognize him? Moreover, if it was Li Su, how could he not recognize Old Gu and instead covet Old Gu's thigh? However, the crowd could also hear the uncertainty and doubt in the martial madman's voice. He locked his gaze on number 9 and stared at him. "Looks like you've been beaten badly by Li Su, and you won't be able to forget it for the rest of your life. You must be mentally ill." Number 9 spoke, talking about a prehistoric event. It should have been a joke, but he was very cold and ruthless. "Are you the martial madman?" Rumble. The heaven and earth shook, and the eyes of the figure in the primal chaos were like two burning suns. It was too terrifying, and no one on the battlefield dared to look at it, because they felt that their souls were burning and their bodies were turning into torches. This was not an illusion. Some people raised their heads slightly and stared at the martial madman and the martial paths monument. Then their bodies started to burn and turned into ashes in an instant. All of this was caused by the martial madman's golden eyes. They were like two suns of fire essence, burning the 33 heavens. The yin-yang diagram behind number 9 shook again, preventing the golden eyes' radiance from sweeping across the battlefield and protecting many living beings. Now, everyone felt as though they had fallen into purgatory. They were all terrified, but they did not dare to move. Any slight movement in this area might cause them to be crushed to death by the great Tao fragments. In the primal chaos, the martial madman said in a hoarse voice, "If you reincarnate, I'll kill you." "I am me, you're thinking too much. However, since you're here to deliver my legs, don't leave." Number 9 shouted. His words made everyone speechless. He was actually coveting the martial madman's thighs. At this moment, he took the initiative to attack. The yin-yang diagram behind him erupted like two universes, one black and one white, rotating there. It was too shocking. The black and white universe was deep and boundless. It spewed out endless light and blasted towards the martial madman. With a low roar, the figure traversed across the sky without retreating. Instead, he bloomed a time wheel in the primal chaos fog and rotated behind him, emitting a dazzling beam of light that blasted forward together with him. The martial madman swooped down with the protection of the time wheel, emitting a dazzling beam of light that blasted towards number 9. Boom! The most terrifying collision since ancient times took place between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of exploding, and the entire world seemed to have arrived at the end of the world. Fortunately, they rose high enough in the sky to concentrate their attacks on each other. At this time, the great Tao Golden Lotus inexplicably emerged from the ground, shielding the aftermath and stopping the impact. If not for this, the people would have been plunged into misery and suffering. The entire land would have become a land of extinction. Number 9's eyes turned red. The yin-yang diagram behind him shook violently and directly spun out to clash with the time wheel. This attack was too terrifying. The outer domain was first extremely brilliant, but then it fell into darkness. Heaven and earth were dim because of this. The outer galaxies were trembling, and the universe and starry sky were vanishing. The aura of destruction filled the air, and everything seemed to be returning to its original state. Number 9 rose and entered the deathly silent outer domain. There were countless star wreckage and corpses of prehistoric powerhouses everywhere. These were the traces left behind by the strongest battles of the past. This area was known as the Forsaken Land of the Outer Domain, a terrifying and desolate ancient region. Void cracks appeared one after another, and the universe's black canyon was endless. There were also great Tao fragments scattered everywhere. This was a world of death, and everything was full of destruction. The black hole was fine, but the cracks in the universe and the void no longer closed automatically and were eternally fixed in place. They could fight fiercely here without worrying about breaking through the earth and triggering any unforeseen events. They also didn't have to worry about the sea of stars darkening and the fall of the great stars. Martial madman, send me your legs, Number 9 shouted. His hair was disheveled, and he was like an unsheathed heavenly blade. Now he was showing off his sharpness, and the aura he emitted was like a steel needle. Even across millions of miles of space, the evolvers on the ground could feel pain in their bodies and souls. As long as they thought of him and paid attention to him, they would feel this kind of aura that was suppressing and killing all things in the world. One thought gave birth to a feeling, and it was reflected in all things in the universe. Number 9 was too terrifying. He simply lived in people's hearts and could be sensed and manifested everywhere. If he really went all out, there was nothing he couldn't kill. The two rushed together, and a huge collision occurred. The scene was horrifying. The most powerful battle of hegemony since ancient times had taken place in the Forsaken Land of the Outer Domain. The time will cut off eternity and swept over, wanting to cut number 9 in half. Looking carefully, the space was like a piece of paper that wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Yin and Yang fixed all things and illuminated eternity. The sky diagram behind number 9 rotated and swept over. Bang! The two flew backward, and the great Tao traversed the Forsaken Land of the Outer Domain. The deafening rumble was like endless demon lords chanting sutras and millions of Buddhas chanting. It made all living beings tremble and couldn't help but want to kowtow. On the ground, many evolvers' soul lights fluctuated. Even though they were separated by millions of miles of space, they were still shivering in fear at this level of battle. The next moment, a pair of heavenly phoenix wings appeared behind the martial madman. This was the most powerful technique he had obtained after destroying the Phoenix clan's eternal imperial dynasty. In an instant, his body was like the Lord of heaven and earth. With the undying wings on his back, he was simply omnipotent. He swooped down with the time wheel to kill number 9. Number 9's hands moved and directly punched out a simple and unadorned fist seal with an earth-splitting aura. It blasted through the light curtain in front of him and was about to pierce through the martial madman. Li Su's technique is indeed becoming more and more like you. The martial madman said. His technique was taught by number 4. He's our disciple, so it's natural for him to be similar. You better send your legs over. Number 9 shouted. Rumble. The fist smashed through the light curtain. The two fought and turned the place into a land of Tao Nirvana. It was so terrifying that even the trajectory of the great Tao was cut off and scattered. The next moment, the martial madman sank. He was approaching the land of the Yang realm and returning to the three-way battlefield. On the ground, countless people trembled. Once a creature of this level returned to this place, no one on the ground would be able to survive such a fight. Everyone would die. People were terrified. Rumble. At the critical moment, number 9's yin-yang diagram rotated and swept across the sky, cutting off heaven and earth. It blocked the martial madman's path of return and redivided the battlefield into outer space. On the battlefield, some evolvers were so excited that tears almost flowed down their cheeks. He's sheltering us? How touching. Someone whispered. Number 9 was protecting them and preventing them from dying a violent death. Long do you happen to be in this area? He touched the palm print on his buttocks where the scales had fallen off and was still oozing blood. This was left behind when he went to see number 9 behind Chu Feng's back to flatter him. The strange dragon was now very calm and said to the people nearby, You think he's protecting you? He's afraid that the long legs will all go extinct and he won't have anything to eat in the future. He's protecting his food. Damn! The group was speechless. They were a little touched at first, but after hearing this, why did they feel that it seemed to make sense? Someone immediately refuted. Don't talk nonsense. Although Ancestor 9 has a terrifying side, he's a saint on the inside and a devil on the outside. Even if he has a demonic exterior, he can't hide his inner feelings of compassion. Boom! In the abandoned land beyond the heavens, the battle between number 9 and the figure in the primal chaos had reached its climax. Chapter 1292. Number 9 grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that gleamed with a cold light. He charged at the martial madman, obviously intending to break his thigh. In the Yang realm, the awakened, peerless old monsters could see the decisive battle at the forsaken land of the heavens. They all opened their mouths and revealed strange expressions. What kind of method was this? Everyone was speechless. This was a decisive battle against the most tyrannical martial madman in history. Yet he wanted to bite his thigh? The martial madman's figure was very blurry in the primal chaos mist, but his eyes were pale golden and reflected an incomparably cold light as he stared at number 9. With a swoosh, he stretched out his hand. His palm and fingers glowed softly, yet they shattered the great Tao of the outer realm. With a boom, it was as if he had pierced through eternity. The scene was so terrifying that the living beings that walked out of the forbidden land frowned and shivered. In the forsaken land of the heavens, the martial madman's palm was invincible. It shattered the endless law fragments and obliterated the trajectory of the great Tao, leaving him alone in this world. At this moment, it was as if he had transcended eternity and became the only existence in the heavens, overlooking the past, present, and future. He was the only one in the high heavens. Cutting gold and cutting jade hand. In a famous mountain, an incomparably ancient existence murmured. In the past, when he was at the top of an era, he had once seen the rising martial madman. At that time, the martial madman was creating his own cultivation technique. Among them was this palm technique, which amazed even back then. In the end, he turned around and left. Later on, he indeed witnessed the martial madman's era of domination. The cutting gold and cutting jade hand was made of the mother gold of the world and cut off the primal chaos jade, which were the rarest and most precious materials in this world. The martial madman in his youth was still young, but he was already researching how to cut the mother gold and primal chaos jade with his bare hands. This showed how terrifying he was when he first revealed his extraordinary potential. Now that so many years had passed, it was hard to imagine to what extent he had deduced this palm technique. However, through this strike, some of the old monsters could see some clues. This was the invincible palm seal, which could destroy the universe with a flip of the hand and cause the stars to fall with a flip of the hand. It was just a single palm, yet he stopped number 9, forcing him to rush into the sky dome with blood energy, blasting apart the deathly still sea of stars, going all out to resist. The martial madman's palm was too terrifying. The veins on his palm and fingers were visible, and within each vein were mountains and valleys that were vast and boundless. When the experts from the Buddha race saw this, their hair stood on end. This palm was even stronger than their Buddha country in the palm. Moreover, the martial madman's palm lines contained his own great Tao runes. Every single one of the veins was filled with thunderous roars, torrential energy, or eternal radiance, just like a divine kingdom. A single pattern was a brand new world of mountains and rivers. Stars swirled about it, terrifying beyond compare. It was also because of this that with a flip of his hand, the various rules and the paths of the great Tao of the Forsaken Land were shattered. Only his Tao was eternal. Bang! 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 Number 9's punches continuously collided with the martial madman's palms. The most dazzling light burst out between the two, truly shocking the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the energy of number 9's punches was too terrifying. Each punch pierced through the starry sky, and if it were not for the martial madman blocking it, it would definitely destroy everything. Nothing could stop it. The speed of his punches was too fast and too dense. In the end, it was like a river of stars pouring down. The boundless fist light drowned everything. The phoenix cried, the undying bird spread its wings, and the feathers around the martial madman spread out, making him look incomparably gorgeous. It was as if the heavenly emperor of the undying bird race had returned from nirvana. With a gentle flap of his wings, the starry sky collapsed, the forsaken land dimmed, and the starry sky was extinguished. Moreover, there was also the time wheel on top of this humanoid, undying bird's head. When the two combined, there was nothing it couldn't break. There were many prehistoric remains in the Forsaken Land, all of which belonged to peerless experts of an era. There was no lack of ultimate life forms that had fallen here. But now, as the martial madman's undying bird's feathers unfolded and his time wheel rotated, blood sprayed everywhere in the vicinity. The corpses of the ancient and powerful beings were all blasted apart, crushed into minced meat and ground into broken bones. However, number 9 forcibly blocked it. He swung his legs like the great Tao across the sky and descended, blasting apart the martial madman's Tao trajectory. Chi! In the blink of an eye, the martial madman changed his offensive technique again. His whole body turned as black as ink, and even the primal chaos chi was dyed black. However, golden light burst out from within. With a bang, he split into 7, and 7 martial madmen appeared at the same time. Then, the technique changed again, and the main body split again, and another 7 martial madmen appeared. Then, the martial madman's main body split again. This scene shocked the world of the living. Some old monsters were horrified, and their hair stood on end. This was the martial madman's trump card, the 7 Deaths body. This scene frightened many people, and experts from all over the world were terrified. Although it was the same 7 Deaths body, it was far stronger than the 7 Death body displayed by the junior of his disciples, Li Chintian. At that time, Li Chintian only showed 7 great sages. So how many of himself was the martial madman showing now? People immediately understood why the martial madman was able to kill the mythical creatures of the myths. This was his confidence, and this was the capital of invincibility. No wonder there had always been rumors in the world of the living that the martial madman might have gone to challenge Samsara during the years of his disappearance. There were also rumors that he had broken into the Gradine realm, and now it seemed that the rumors were not groundless. His foundation was too strong. During the long time of his disappearance, he might not have spent all of his time in seclusion. He might have gone to do other things, and if it was confirmed, it would be extremely sensational. Which realm did he practice the seven deaths body in? Perhaps we can see the whole picture today and see through the true depth of his cultivation. Some old monsters muttered. There were also creatures in the restricted areas who squinted their eyes and stared carefully, secretly estimating the true terrifying ability of the martial madman. The seven deaths body could reach up to 7 revolutions in a realm, and if it was practiced to perfection in 2 realms, it would be 14 revolutions. How many of himself had the martial madman shown now? Old Gu once mentioned that Li Su had solemnly said something back then. If the martial madman could practice the 7 deaths body, 7 revolutions in all realms, he would be invincible in the world, and no one would be able to keep him in check. Count carefully to see if he has reached perfection and how many 7 death body he has condensed. A creature in a restricted area also spoke with an extremely solemn expression. If you want to confirm it, the premise is that this is his real body. If not, it's meaningless, another creature said in a low voice. Such existences were extremely dangerous. They usually did not appear and spent a long period of time in silence. It was rare to see them talking today. The 7 deaths body was too shocking, and it was an invincible technique. Dozens of martial madmen appeared in the world and rushed toward number 9. People guessed that the number of martial madmen was much higher than when they fought against Li Su. This also meant that the martial madman's strength had skyrocketed. Some old monsters felt a chill down their backs and sighed inwardly. It was no wonder that a legendary expert of the myths who was sleeping in a famous mountain in the world of the living was slaughtered. The martial madman's technique was really inexplicable. Dozens of martial madmen appeared at the same time. Who in the world could fight against them? That was the current situation. They attacked number 9 at the same time, and a time wheel appeared above each of their heads, shocking this world. Roar! Number 9 roared. His body was incomparably terrifying, and his energy skyrocketed. His eyes were as cold as 2 icy beams of light that flew out from hell. His demonic nature burst out, and his hair was disheveled as he resisted with all his might. Behind him, the yin-yang diagram was huge, and when it rotated, it produced a deafening roar. In a trance, it was as if a white ocean and a black ocean were attracting each other and rotating. That was the opposing part of yin and yang, and the waves of the great Tao roared. In particular, the yin-yang dividing line surged with a smooth sword intent. It was as if a sword had cut through the ages and solidified the past, present, and future. This was a concept that suddenly appeared when the yin-yang diagram roared and rotated violently. The dividing line flew out an inexplicable sword intent aftermath. As a result, the dozens of martial madmen who were charging at him almost fell into that special realm. That dividing line seemed to be splitting heaven and earth apart, cutting out a special world space, about to suppress and seal everything. Roar! The martial madman roared. His body tensed up, and the dozens of figures that rushed out were all dispersed by his own true body, turning into dozens of essence chi that reversed and returned. The 7 death body was forced to dissipate, and he was forced to reverse his cultivation technique and absorb all the divided bodies. This shocked the heavens and earth, and all the experts felt their scalps tingling. Number 9 actually broke the 7 deaths body. One must know that it wasn't just 7 martial madmen, but a group of them. It was so fast that no one could count how many there were, and they rushed forward to kill number 9. In the end, it was the martial madman who took the initiative to disintegrate the 7 deaths body and summon all of them back. Heavens, what is the origin of this great demon king number 9? What's so special about the yin-yang diagram behind him? Why do I feel that it's boundlessly terrifying? There seems to be a big secret hidden in that diagram. In the famous mountains, there were old monsters sighing in horror, unable to understand it. When number 9 saw the remnant sword intent left behind by the dividing line of the yin-yang diagram, he felt a sense of loss. This sword intent was only a trace, and not the real thing that was left behind. For it to be reflected today, he felt somewhat lost and lost. Come from the unknown, return to the unknown, fear not. The martial madman growled. He realized that the special sword intent in the dividing line was strange, and, just like his 7 deaths body, it couldn't be used casually. However, he wasn't worried and remained as cold as before. With a dragon's roar, the martial madman displayed part of the characteristics of a true dragon's body. The scene was horrifying, and it was the embodiment of a wondrous technique, as well as the outline of one of the strongest corporeal bodies in the world. Everyone's hearts sank. Could it be that the Dragon Clan was also massacred by the martial madman, and he obtained the clan's highest wondrous technique? Boom! Flames surged, and a pair of golden crow wings appeared on both sides of his body. Could it be that this was the superposition of the strongest immortal birds and beasts' wondrous techniques? Everyone's scalps went numb. There was a kind of deduction in the cultivation world. Some people had created the myriad beast's fist, the immortal bird-killing technique, and so on. Their might was world-shaking, but none of them were as frightening as the other superposition technique. That was to combine the strongest beasts and immortal birds' trump cards and superposition the wondrous technique. If successful, it would be equivalent to linking all techniques and becoming invincible in the myriad worlds. However, this was only a mysterious technique in theory, and no one had ever succeeded. Now that the martial madman was using it, there were already several rumored biological characteristics appearing on his body. A terrifying aura filled the air, and it was extremely frightening. Even his fluttering hair cut through the void. If a strand of hair were to fall, it could kill a very powerful evolver. This scene almost suffocated all the living beings in the Yang realm. It's impossible for you to succeed. It's just a temporary superposition. Watch me break all the techniques in the heavens with one punch. Number 9 roared. His hair was disheveled, and when he opened his mouth, he whistled through the ancient universe, shaking the abandoned land beyond the heavens. His gaze was cold as a beam of light streaked across the entire pitch-black starry sky. He displayed a type of fist technique. Golden light blossomed from within his body, gushing out with a point of vitality. Then it flourished and grew, blasting everything in its way. Moreover, there was a blood-colored halo around his body. It was as red as the sunset glow, and it enveloped his body. The ultimate fist. This was exactly the same as what was recorded in the scripture that Chu Feng had obtained. However, it was too difficult to achieve anything and cultivate it to a certain realm. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone who could truly master it and cultivate it to the realm of perfection. That was because the path of this fist technique had already been broken in the beginning. Moreover, if one tried to reconnect it, they would find that there was still a gap ahead. Old Gu had said that his big brother, Li Su, was also practicing it. He needed to borrow the ultimate breathing techniques of the strongest races and also needed the blood of all living beings on the battlefield as a guide in order to reconnect the broken path and improve this fist technique. Boom! The two collided and killed each other. It was as if they wanted to break the existing world and open up a new heaven and earth. It seems more and more like it. Apart from him, is there anyone else who cultivates this kind of useless fist technique? The martial madman muttered to himself. Finally, he shouted in a low voice, "I don't care if you're Li Su's reincarnation or his martial uncle. I'll kill you today." He rumbled and shook. His aura continued to rise as he fought to the death with number 9. At this moment, the yin-yang diagram fought against the time wheel, while number 9 fought the martial madman. They were entangled with each other. Not only did they constantly display their techniques, but they also began to fight with their bodies. Creatures at this level had extremely tough bodies and were indestructible. Their various movements were linked together to form the immortal slaying flesh technique. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled violently. They constantly collided and attacked each other. Beams of light entangled with each other. Finally, this time, number 9 found an opportunity to hug the thigh of the blurry figure in the primal chaos mist. He was immediately stunned and somewhat stunned. After fighting for so long, this martial madman turned out to be a one-legged creature with only one leg. He was quite surprised. No wonder he didn't see the other party attack. It was shrouded in primal chaos and covered with a special energy that prevented anyone from exploring it. Are you afraid of being eaten by me? Damn it, you only have one leg. Number 9 was furious. The yin-yang diagram behind him rotated to resist the martial madman's time wheel and the other party's grinding plate fist. He hugged the thigh and bit down. All the experts who witnessed this scene were petrified and shocked. They felt the wind blowing in their ears. He still had an obsession at this moment. He really couldn't forget to eat someone's thigh. With a click, sparks flew for number 9's teeth. It was as if he was colliding with metal. That one leg was too strong. However, in the end, the blurry figure in the primal chaos gave a muffled groan and let out a low roar. His hair was messy, and he was furious. His thigh was really bitten off. The world was shocked. Number 9 was eating the martial madman's thigh. However, at this moment, number 9's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. He even cried. What's going on? This great demon, this peerless demon king, actually cried after eating the martial madman's flesh and blood? As the saying goes, damn hellhound. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. No wonder there was only one leg. This was a one-leg bronze spear. It was a spiritual manifestation. Number 9 was furious on the spot. This should be the martial madman's weapon, yet he had bitten it off. He was furious. That damn martial madman. Was he really afraid that he would eat it? Not only was it not flesh and blood, but the weapon that came was also one-legged. However, the world would definitely be shocked by this. The martial madman's weapon was made by smelting all kinds of supreme materials in the Yang realm and refining them to their essence. Finally, it was a blood sacrifice. Number 9 had bitten off a large piece of the spear in one bite, destroying the one-legged bronze spear. Therefore, at this moment, number 9 went crazy and flew into a rage out of humiliation. He had bitten the wrong thing. His teeth hurt like hell. He had never made such a mistake before. In his opinion, it was unforgivable. I don't care if you're Li Su or his martial uncle. In this life, you're obviously far inferior to me. If my true body comes into being, I'll destroy you with a raise of my hand. The one-legged bronze spear had a part of the martial madman's will, which was equivalent to him. When he spoke like this, he was cold and emotionless. At the same time, he was confident that he could sweep away all opponents since ancient times. Do you think I, Ancestor 9, am my true body? Number 9 grinned and spoke. His white teeth emitted a cold luster, which made him look even more cold and emotionless. The true temperament of a great demon king was undoubtedly on full display. Chapter 1293. Number 9 went berserk. His hair that resembled wild grass draped over his shoulders as two cold bolts of lightning streaked across the dark starry sky of the Forsaken Land, illuminating the land of Nirvana. As he roared, his mouth blossomed with primordial runes and sky-opening runes. His entire body was entwined with dense order chains as he charged toward the martial madman. He was enraged because he had bitten the wrong thigh. His fist radiance was like dozens of exploding suns, illuminating the dark and cold ruins of the universe. Kill! The martial madman was also going all out to strangle number 9. Huffed. As soon as he opened his mouth, a galaxy appeared. It was refined from the starlight of the primordial universe and fused with his own great Tao. It was said to be able to suppress all enemies. This was the martial madman. His mystical techniques were endless and never repeated. After unleashing another killer move, the world changed color and the stars and moon dimmed. In the Forsaken Land, the remains of some ultimate experts nearby exploded. As for the broken star remains, they were burned and turned into ashes. How dare you spray me with your saliva? Number 9 gnashed his teeth and spat out a mouthful of Xiantian Qi. It was collected from the primordial chaos and was the essence born before the sky was opened. This was the most scarce thing for those who cultivated breathing techniques. By refining it into origin Qi, One could synchronize their breathing with the pulse of heaven and earth and grasp the rhythm of the great Tao fragments. Boom! A sky splitter erupted, smashing into that stellar stream. The two produced a destructive scene, great spatial rifts and other things appearing, densely packed, too many to count. They were terrifyingly dark, deep, and immeasurable. It was as if a ferocious beast from the Origin era was laying across this land, using the cold space as its food to massacre the living planets. The battle between the two was too terrifying. Even the evolvers from the Yang realm were terrified. If they were to enter the Forsaken Land, they wouldn't even have the chance to scream before they were turned into ashes. Roar! Number 9 roared and hugged the martial madman. This time, he bit the martial madman's thighs, arms, and shoulders. Crack! Several large pieces of metal were bitten off and spat out into the Forsaken Land. Bah, it's been sacrificed. It's all evil blood. Number 9 complained. I'll kill you. The one-legged bronze spear struggled. Although it was a weapon, it represented the martial madman. He was enraged, and a large, cold saber materialized and swept towards number 9. The bright blade light was even more dazzling than the explosion of the Milky Way. The entire outer space was cut in half. Number 9 went crazy. His hair was disheveled, and his fist was incomparably resplendent. It was as if it was condensed from mother gold, sturdy and imperishable. It avoided the edge of the lance and smashed into its side. Kung Chong sounds rang through the air and sparks flew in all directions. In the end, this heavy weapon once again turned into a human form and fought against number 9. Number 9 was also bleeding. After all, this was a collision with a heavy weapon that had shaken the ages. The great lance was incomparably sharp. Crack! Number 9 seized the opportunity to bite down on the thigh of the one-legged bronze man. Even someone as valiant as the martial madman was groaning. He felt that this was an atypical battle, as the enemy did not act according to the norm. Furthermore, this was not his true body, but just a wisp of his will that was stored in the weapon. It was impossible for him to display any ability that could move the heavens and earth. Even so, he still managed to injure number 9. Once, he almost split this demon-like opponent into two. Whether you are Li Su or someone from his sect, you are my mortal enemy. I will kill you without mercy. The martial madman whispered. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and his spirit of supremacy was unmistakable. He was smelting the starry sky, trying to merge with the forsaken land of the outer heavens. He wanted to use his body as a furnace to refine number 9. The one-legged bronze man's lance was really decomposing. Mother Gold essence, primal chaos jade essence, and so on, rearranged and reformed into a huge furnace to seal number 9. Coupled with the rotation of the time wheel, it became even more terrifying. Clang! Number 9 punched out with peerless domineering momentum. With each punch, a large piece of the furnace protruded out, as if it was about to break through. However, at this moment, number 9's hair stood on end. He really felt a crisis, which made his heart palpitate. It was as if something was threatening his life. He directly summoned the yin-yang diagram and wrapped it around his body to resist the furnace. With a bang, flames burned the sky and soared into the sky. It was truly burning the 33 layers of heaven. The forsaken land of the outer heavens was burned until it collapsed, and the remains of the ultimate creatures turned into ashes. The flames of grand sky. Number 9 was shocked. If he hadn't reacted in time and covered himself with the yin-yang diagram, he would have most likely died just now. The flames were too strange and evil, burning all kinds of fragments of the great Tao. What laws, what divine chains of order, and so on. Everything was collapsing like firewood, making the flames even more intense and blazing. The sky and the earth were illuminated brightly, burning the space of the universe. This flame was evil and terrifying to the extreme. It was very quiet, but it burned extremely vigorously, silently destroying all tangible objects. In the Yang realm, some old monsters in the famous mountains and rivers were horrified as they stared at the flames. Finally, someone sucked in a breath of cold air as he recognized what it was. The martial madman actually found it. Did he find it in that broken, prehistoric, celestial palace? It's actually the flames of grand sky. It was rumored that this flame would never go out and burn everything. It could burn the 33 layers of heaven and was almost unsolvable. Even the fragments of the great Tao would become its nourishment and were difficult to resist. This thing was a legend among legends. Some people thought it was absurd and impossible for it to exist. Even if it did exist, it didn't belong to this world. Now it actually appeared. This was the same form as the rumors. Even the natural laws and fragments of the great Tao were burning along with it. It was silent and could destroy everything. It was too terrifying. It's rumored that one of the birthplaces of an evolutionary civilization that was almost completely obliterated, the ruins of the legendary ancient celestial palace, were all burned by this flame. Someone muttered, "This was a record excavated from the ruins that had been covered in dust, and there were also secrets excavated from other branches of evolutionary civilizations." At this moment, if one were to say who was the most shocked, it would naturally be Chu Feng. He also heard the roar from beyond the heavens. Number 9 was actually shouting about the flames of grand sky. He immediately thought of the furnace of time he saw at the heavenly immortal waterfall. There had been strange and terrifying echoes within it. Those who cannot be buried by the heavens, be buried in the floating earth of the four poles. Cut the yin and yang, draw the flames of grand sky, accept the flames of ancient universe, burn. In that echo, there was the saying of the flames of grand sky. Now it was confirmed that the flames of grand sky actually existed in this world. It had already been born, and one of them was in the hands of the martial madman. Boom! The yin-yang diagram cut open the furnace and wrapped around number 9. The smooth remnant sword was faintly discernible, as if it was about to surge out again. The martial madman put away the flame and looked coldly at number 9. Finally, he revealed a terrifying smile and said, "It seems that you're going to die." In fact, number 9 had long noticed the abnormality. He looked down behind him, paying attention to the number 1 mountain in the summer state. There were a few creatures that got close, and then they erupted, suddenly slaughtering their way in. Hey, why did Ancestor 9 come out? Isn't it to lure the fish? If I don't come out, why would I go in with others? Number 9 was also laughing coldly. However, he did not spread these words and did not cause the earth to tremble. He still wanted to continue to lure them into the trap and let them enter the number 1 mountain in the world. In the abandoned land of the heavens, number 9 and the martial madman stood opposite each other. For the time being, neither of them made a move. Number 9 was extremely afraid of the flames of grand sky, while the martial madman was particularly concerned about the remnant sword in the yin-yang diagram. Both of them did not make a move for the time being. Not good. Suddenly, number 9 let out a strange cry and his expression changed. This was because things had far exceeded his expectations. Several creatures that were thought to be impossible to be born had awakened and had their eyes on the number 1 mountain in the world. That kind of majestic blood chi, no matter how hidden, was reflected in number 9's eyes. Now, his eyes were filled with the color of blood. It rose to the sky and drowned the sea of stars in the universe. It was the blood chi of several creatures. Although it was restrained and could not be seen by ordinary people, it could not be hidden from number 9. This was too terrifying. In number 9's eyes, it was unknown how many prefectures had turned into the color of blood. The surging blood chi covered the sky. The universe and starry sky were all dark red. The thick and pungent smell of blood shocked him. His heart palpitated and his hair stood on end. He knew that something big was about to happen. Moreover, it was a sky-piercing event. Number 9 immediately understood that the source of the terrifying blood chi came from several forbidden areas. Those places were abnormal. After the creatures awakened, they directly headed for the number 1 mountain in the world. I originally wanted to fish and have a sumptuous meal, but I didn't expect a few great white sharks to come. Damn hellhound. Number 9 was so anxious that he almost pulled out a lock of his hair. Some creatures should not have appeared at all. How could they awaken so quickly? Roar! Not to mention the other forbidden areas. Even in the depths of the three-way battlefield, the creature that couldn't come out had awakened. Its blood chi surged and surged. It forcibly rushed out and overflowed into the sky, drowning the land in a boundless dark red. Not to mention the creatures that had actually taken action. Their true bodies had come into being. It was terrifying to the extreme. For a moment, even under the bright sky and earth, a rain of blood suddenly poured down. This was a sudden phenomenon of heaven and earth. It was too terrifying and frightened countless people in the world. Even number 9 was anxious after catching a great white shark. One could imagine how serious the problem was. He immediately got up with the yin-yang diagram and rushed back to the world's number 1 mountain. Where do you think you're going? The martial madman, transformed from the one-legged bronze spear, shouted and tried to stop number 9, cutting off his return. He wanted to see the world's number 1 mountain being flattened. Mad demon, you're courting death. Number 9 was furious. He directly raised his hand and slapped towards the extreme north of the Yang realm. It wasn't like others were the only ones who were afraid to take action. The martial madman's disciples and followers were now gathered there. It was just the right time to deal with them. The pupils of the one-legged bronze spear's humanoid body turned into 2 golden suns. He immediately transformed into a new heavy weapon to resist the blow and use the time wheel to consume it. Number 9 turned around and leaped into the starry sky, entering the three-way battlefield. A silver path appeared under his feet and went straight to the world's number 1 mountain. However, he paused for a moment and stretched out his big hand, wanting to grab Chu Feng. He was worried that staying here would cause problems. Boom! The martial madman attacked again. The one-legged bronze spear fell from the sky and slashed towards number 9's big hand. All the living beings on the entire battlefield were in despair. If these two were to fight with all their strength, the battlefield would sink and all the evolvers here would be wiped out. Number 9 was furious. He opened his mouth and shot out the energy of opening the sky towards the extreme north. He then turned his hand and blasted towards the sky. Then he was shocked again. At this moment, a terrifying weapon appeared. Primal chaos, chi lingered, and the great Tao roared, suppressing the battlefield and resisting the power of destruction in the sky. It was a mace that appeared here. There was no doubt that the Harmony Prefecture's overlord had arrived. He resisted number 9's attack, and then slashed towards the martial madman. The primal chaos swordbreaker merged with heaven and earth and struck the one-legged bronze spear. The situation of the ancient land he was guarding was extremely critical. Number 9 couldn't care less about anything else. He turned around and rushed towards the world's number 1 mountain. Moreover, everyone was shocked to find that he had completely deformed. In the end, he turned out to be just a piece of human skin with teeth, beard, and hair floating out. No wonder he was so thin. This was the real body of number 9. Why'd it look like a shell? At this moment, on the three-way battlefield, the great Tao Golden Lotus emerged from the ground and stabilized the place. Previously, when number 9 fought with the martial madman, he almost destroyed this place. At that time, the great Tao Golden Lotus grew again. In the distance, number 9 let out a long roar. A piece of human skin traversed the vast sky. Time could not stop him. Fragments of time fluttered as he rushed into the world's number 1 mountain in an instant. Chapter 1294. Chu Feng wanted to shout, "Wait for me." However, he could only open his mouth and shut it immediately. That was because number 9 had long since disappeared. It was as if his buttocks were on fire. He no longer cared about anything else and charged towards the world's number 1 mountain. Chu Feng was speechless. He was now standing on the battlefield, and the situation wasn't looking good. It was quite worrying and perhaps very dangerous. Number 9 ate a lot of thighs here and ran away just like that. Leaving him here, was he going to pay back his debts? Even though number 9 was like a peerless demon lord and displayed an incomparably demonic side, there was still a group of people who were really anxious and had pent-up anger in their hearts. For example, Divine King Chi Feng of the 9-headed bird race, the 12-winged silver dragon ancestor, and Celestial Lord Scarlet Void. If they were to throw caution to the wind and kill him with bloodshot eyes, it would be very difficult for them to survive this calamity. However, no one was paying attention to him, and no one wanted to settle accounts with him. Golden lotuses were everywhere on the vast battlefield, filling the air with their fragrance. Great Tao runes bloomed and enveloped the void, sheltering the entire battlefield below. The Overlord of Harmony Prefecture made his move, and his Tao patterns blotted out the sky. A primal chaos sword breaker cut through the heavens, blocking the lance of the one-legged bronze man, directly clashing head-on. At the critical moment, the Overlord of Harmony Prefecture came to the rescue. This Overlord, who once ruled 1/20th of the Yang Realm's territory, had truly come out of seclusion. Clang! Outside the sky, the lance erupted with endless radiance and ruthlessly collided with the primal chaos truncheon. It was as if tens of thousands of demons were chanting and countless Buddhas were chanting. It was too terrifying, and the world seemed to have returned to the time when the world was created. It was primal and chaotic. This was the martial madman, strong and domineering. He could have avoided this confrontation by simply stopping and not attacking the 3 battlefields. However, he did things his own way and still did it. He wanted nothing more than to sink the 4th forbidden area and destroy all living beings here. Some people in the famed mountains and great rivers guessed that the martial madman wanted to measure the true strength of the Overlord of Harmony Prefecture. However, the Overlord of Harmony Prefecture didn't show himself and only used a golden truncheon to block the lance. It was enough to have such a world-shaking attack. There was no need to doubt the true cultivation and strength of the fierce person overseeing Harmony Prefecture. He was unfathomable. However, the martial madman merely sneered. He did not take it to heart, as he was confident that he was invincible in the world. At this moment, he did not continue. Instead, his body flashed, and a strand of his spiritual wool was placed in the one-legged bronze lance. He transformed back into a human form and headed toward the world's #1 fame mountain. Today, the first mountain of the Yang realm would face a great calamity, and there was a possibility of a bloodbath. He wanted to go and take a look. All 3 sides of the battlefield were completely silent. The golden sword breaker flew through the sky and then disappeared into the distance. No one else appeared. On the ground, the great Tao golden lotus gradually disappeared. After all types of symbols rumbled, they were also engraved into the void, thus disappearing. The people felt as if they had just survived a disaster. The martial madman was too overbearing, wanting to sink the land several times. If not for people stopping him, the people would have been plunged into an abyss of misery. At this moment, Heavenly Venerable Hao Yuan was very excited. He raised his head and watched as the Chaos Sword Breaker flew into the distance. He was convinced that his Grandmaster should be able to stop the martial madman and become one of the Yang Realm's poles. In fact, the others were also evaluating the strength of the Yongzhou's Overlord. Back then, he was an incomparably terrifying evolver. He was far removed from the prehistoric times and was known as the strongest in the post-historical era. If not for an accident, he would not have disappeared for so long after suffering an unimaginable lightning strike. Perhaps he would have already stepped onto a stronger path. Such an expert who could rule over the world couldn't have suddenly appeared. His growth path shouldn't have been unknown. However, no one in the Yang realm was able to find out his true origins. Some people suspected that he was actually a prehistoric being and one of those mythical creatures. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? The rise of any expert should be traceable, and the Yongzhou overlord seemed to have suddenly blossomed with dazzling radiance at a certain point in time. Those from the Yongzhou camp were naturally delighted and excited. Meanwhile, The evolvers from the southern Zhan Prefecture and the western Huzhou had complicated feelings. The Yongzhou overlord had appeared to save the day, but not the overlord of their camp. Did this mean that they had fallen behind and lost the initiative? At present, the great Tao's carrier appeared. The three most important parts transformed into the primal chaos swordbreaker, the myriad tribulations mirror, and the reincarnation lamp. They floated above the heaven and earth in an unfathomable place. There was a deduction that when the three great weapons merged into one, it would be the time for someone to take the final step of evolution, reaching a height that all experts could only dream of. The ultimate evolution would be the true unification of the Yang realm. Borrowing this momentum, one would be able to harmonize with heaven and earth. All the fragments of the Yang realm's great Tao would be refined into one and fuse with one's own body, achieving a supreme and perfect form. The three overlords have been working hard since the appearance of the three weapons. All of them wanted to merge one weapon before the others and then attack the other two. Now, not only had the overlord of Yongzhou succeeded in merging one weapon, but he had also completely grasped it. He had already come out of seclusion and could kill at will. Did this mean that he had already won in advance? The evolvers from the Zhan and Huzhou prefectures were silent. Although they had been saved, they were still somewhat disappointed. They suspected that the other two overlords had most likely fallen behind. The battlefield was silent for a time. However, the old monsters in the famed mountains and great rivers were no longer calm. They were paying attention to the first mountain and the vanishing primal chaos Jian. Their hearts were heavy. They had a premonition that the rise of the overlord of Yongzhou was unstoppable. Perhaps he would really take that terrifying step of unifying the Yang realm. Of course, not everyone was worried about this. For example, the martial madman and the mythical creatures that had awakened from their slumber. The path they were pursuing wasn't this one. They didn't need to borrow the power of heaven and earth, but rather, they would go against it and not merge with the so-called fragments of the Yang realm's great Tao. There were many paths, and everyone was fighting to cross them. Some people could even take 9 paths, but they would always retract their foot in the end to find the most suitable path for themselves. Merging with all the fragments of the Yang realm and ruling over the world was the royal path. Once successful, they would be absolutely terrifying and be able to sweep through all their enemies. But in the end, this was only the path of the overlord of Yongzhou. Not everyone was searching for it like this, so there was no need to be envious. Some people felt that there was an even more invincible path, a supreme evolution method that was more suitable for themselves. While everyone on the battlefield was harboring their own thoughts and emotions, Chu Feng was prepared to go on his way. He wanted to escape along the way. However, what surprised him was that although the great Tao Golden Lotus had disappeared and there was only a lingering fragrance, the land was still sealed. He wanted to use the domain to escape, but failed. Moreover, he took out the Heaven Escape Talisman and wanted to burn it. But in the end, there was also the interference of the great Tao Golden Lotus. Chu Feng put it away decisively. He had a solemn expression and didn't dare use it anymore. He walked straight out of the camp with a solemn expression. He couldn't feel the slightest bit guilty at this time. He wanted to escape without a trace before everyone could react. In truth, there was one person who moved even faster than him. He also wanted to escape, and that was Long Dayu. The two of them were speechless. They glanced at each other and were about to go their separate ways. Chu Feng believed that number 9 could, in theory, intimidate everyone here. But there were already people with red eyes. Whether or not they would fight to the death was unpredictable and uncontrollable. He absolutely couldn't leave his fate in the hands of others. As expected, someone had already set their eyes on him. He had just moved when a cold gaze locked onto him from afar. As for Long Dayu, he was on the verge of tears. People were glaring at Chu Feng while glaring at him with surging killing intent, blocking his path forward. He wanted to curse out loud. Why was it that nothing good ever happened to him? In the past, he had become the scapegoat and the most notorious criminal in the Yang realm. This time, he thought he could hug number nine's thick thighs. In the end, he didn't obtain any benefits and had fallen into such a predicament. He was now labeled as Chowda's lackey. The sage said that I'm truly a hellhound. He was mad and almost howled at the sky. The three-headed dragon Yun Tuo and the nine-headed bird race's divine monarch Crimson Peak all had cold expressions. They hated Chu Feng to the core and were about to go crazy after enduring for 2 days. At the same time, there were also other divine monarchs whose thighs had been bitten by number 9. Of course, the greatest threat was still Scarlet Void and the Silver Dragon Forefather. The light in their eyes flickered as they stared at the demon Chowda. Fortunately, they were restraining themselves. Otherwise, with the might of a celestial venerate, Chu Feng would most likely be dead. Clearly, the two of them were restraining themselves, trying their best not to lose their temper and kill Chowda. They had to consider the interests of their clans. If they killed a disciple of the number 1 famed mountain, their clans would be buried with him. Number 9 wouldn't let them go, and they would be sinners if their clans were exterminated. Crimson Peak, Yin Ta, and the young divine monarchs of the dragon race were hot-blooded and couldn't bear it any longer. They wanted to kill Chowda regardless of the consequences. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense, and unpredictable things could happen at any time. Silently, Heavenly Venerable Yushang moved. He stood in front of Chu Feng to protect him. Although the old man's body was declining and his eyes were turbid, he was truly in his final years. He didn't have many years left, or even a few months left to live. But now his attitude of protecting Chu Feng was very firm, very firm. At this time, regardless of whether it was Scarlet Void or the Silver Dragon Forefather, there was endless killing intent in the depths of their eyes. They locked onto Celestial Venerate Yushang, wanting to find an excuse to join hands and kill the old Celestial Venerate. Chu Feng was very grateful towards Celestial Venerate Yushang. He secretly prepared the reincarnation earth and the small wooden spear. On the battlefield, the atmosphere was tense and incomparably stifling. Suddenly, the clear and melodious sound of wind chimes rang out. A golden carriage, driven by a servant, slowly arrived and entered the vast battlefield. There were several golden beasts that were known to be able to contend against dragons. There were actually 4 of them pulling the carriage together and approaching this place. Everyone couldn't help but open up a path for him. The creatures of the restricted region have actually come into being and stepped foot here. Someone was shocked and said softly, it was because they recognized the symbol on the golden carriage. Moreover, the one sitting in the golden carriage seemed to be a young creature. Why'd he come here? In the skies, scarlet multicolored light overflowed into the heavens. 9-headed birds circled about, their wings bright red and resplendent. It was as if a divine sunset glow scattered down, dyeing half the sky red. Those were several pure-blooded, 9-headed birds pulling a carriage. It rumbled over, crossing the sky dome, and then slowly descending here. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. The purest 9-headed birds pulling a carriage? At this time, even divine King Scarlet Peak was stunned. Then, the veins on his forehead jumped. Who dared to humiliate their race like this? Before he could act out in anger, the 9-headed bird old ancestor Scarlet Void, who wasn't far behind him, was shaken. Was this the descendant of the lord of the place their ancestor came from? In that instant, Scarlet Peak Divine King also woke up. He saw the symbol on the carriage. That was a creature from the 11th restricted region. The 9-headed bird race originally came from there. Cold sweat appeared on Scarlet Peak's forehead. If he had been a bit impulsive just now, he would have provoked a great disaster. No wonder the 4 9-headed birds pulling the carriage had such shocking bloodlines. They were extremely rare. Scarlet Peak immediately walked up to greet them. The one inside the carriage was a young creature. The words he released were extremely calm, allowing him to get up. He wasn't domineering and domineering, instead acting rather domineering. However, no one from the 9-headed bird race dared to act carelessly, all of them incomparably respectful. Then a white-clothed male, surrounded by hazy light, walked down from the carriage. walking towards the carriage pulled by the golden beast in the distance. The descendants of the two restricted regions converged. On the nine-headed bird race's side, they surrounded the servant driving the carriage. They were also extremely respectful towards him, not daring to act carelessly. It was to the extent where they treated the four red vicious birds pulling the carriage carefully. "What is going on?" the one driving the carriage asked Scarlet Peak. It was because he felt that it was hard for him to dispel his gloominess. He had been staring at Chu Feng this entire time, killing intent pervading the air. "I want to kill him, but he came from the world's most famous mountain." Scarlet Peak spoke, informing him of the situation. At this moment, the eyes of the three-headed divine Dragon Yun Tuo and the others all revealed radiance. They felt that perhaps the opportunity had arrived. They could kill Chowda. With the creatures of the restricted regions coming, what was there to be scared of? Oh, the world's most famous mountain. This time, it will most likely be cleansed in blood. Just kill him. Isn't he just a disciple? What does he count as? The driver said indifferently. The people from a nine-headed bird race were shaken and deeply surprised. The people dispatched by the restricted region's former master were this powerful? Wu, an ancestor from the Pure Land, has come into being. He joined hands with someone and entered the world's most famous mountain. Today, this mountain will most likely be cleansed in blood and completely overthrown. That creature spoke calmly. The Pure Land he spoke of naturally referred to the 11th restricted region. Cries of alarm immediately rang out in this region. Chu Feng calmed himself down and was on high alert, but he still opened his mouth and said, "Is that so? Let's wait and see. How many of the creatures that entered the world's most famous mountain can come out alive?" The world's #1 mountain is about to be removed from its name. From now on, only blood will flow. Someone spoke, originating from the golden chariot in the distance. That was a creature from another restricted region. On this day, the world of the living was destined to gather at the world's most famous mountain. Next chapter, noon bracket, right? Chapter 1295. The battlefield was bleak and distant, and the dark red ground was full of cracks. Too many things had happened today, causing great waves to rise and fall in the hearts of all the evolvers. A scarlet chariot poured down like the setting sun. Scarlet light curled up and illuminated the sky in a splendid manner. A golden chariot was engraved with the terrifying truth of the prehistoric forbidden lands commanding the world. The dazzling light rushed into the heavens and stretched across the battlefield. The creatures of the two great forbidden lands were targeting Chowda. People immediately understood that these two silent and long vile lands had launched an attack against the #1 famed mountain in the Yang realm. There were certainly experts taking action. Many people realized that the #1 famed mountain was in danger. The forbidden lands were reviving, and an unknown, peerless creature was born. It was absolutely terrifying, and the entire desolate land would tremble because of it. People wouldn't forget that during the prehistoric years, any forbidden land had the power to command the world. During their active era, the Yang realm was simply a blood-colored mountain range. Any orthodoxy that dared to go against their decree would be massacred, and not even a blade of grass would grow. Since ancient times, some originally powerful races that could even be ranked in the top 10 were exterminated because they didn't yield and oppose them. Even Chu Feng's heart sank. He was a little worried. He only saw #9 inside the first famed mountain. Could he alone stop the creatures from the forbidden lands? In front of the scarlet chariot, the purple-haired young man was laughing. He was in charge of driving the chariot, but at this moment, he was surrounded by divine King Chi Feng and the others like stars revolving around the moon. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his body was very tall. His hair was purple and sparkling, forming a sharp contrast with the scarlet hair of the nine-headed bird race. This person's face was as if it had been carved by a knife. He appeared very callous, and his pupils were frightening. It was like two purple immortal swords were clanging and flowing with intimidating runes. A young driver of the Forbidden Land and a servant could be like this, no matter how one looked at it. He was like a supreme divine king. It truly made people's hearts sink. Was this the power of the Forbidden Land? The young heroes and outstanding characters of the various races were rather disheartened. What was the use of bitter cultivation? They wanted to reach the top and become a dragon in the future. They wanted to transcend themselves and also become a famous expert. However, the carriage drivers that came out from the restricted region were all so powerful, making everyone here feel a great sense of defeat. They struggled bitterly to cross, yet in the end, they discovered that even though they were all from the younger generation, the followers of others were superior to them, far above them. A disciple of the world's most famous mountain? What's your name? The violet-haired young man, Jiaming, clasped his hands behind his back as he strode forward. God King Chi Feng and the others followed him, all of them staring intently at Chu Feng. The nine-headed bird race, dragon race, and others were all a bit moved. The restricted region's people came, not fearing the world's #1 mountain. So what if they killed Chowda on the spot? If he died, he died. It was no big deal. Yun Tao, divine King Chi Feng, and the others clenched their fists tightly. Because their emotions were rising and falling too intensely, their expressions were slightly savage. They had been too repressed these past 2 days. The fear of number 9 dictating their fates, the humiliation of being bullied by the demon Chowda, and the resentment accumulated from the occasional cutting of their flesh to be braised, had all exploded at this moment. He's Chowda. He's the one who invited a so-called 9th ancestor from the #1 mountain to wreak havoc here, Yin Tuo said through gritted teeth. The violet-haired young man, Jiaming, nodded indifferently as a response to the 3-headed divine dragon, Yin Tuo. However, he still pressed forward and arrived in front of Chu Feng. He was very tall, a head and a half taller than ordinary people. His body was robust, and his dazzling purple hair draped over his chest and back. His vitality were as vigorous as the sea. In addition, he came from the 11th restricted region of the Yang realm, which gave him an additional boost. It was equivalent to being shrouded in a mysterious and frightening halo. It was extremely oppressive and made people feel a sense of oppression. I'm asking you, what's your name? He came forward and looked down at Chu Feng. Pressing him a step further like this was rather self-centered and rude. In reality, this was the style of the creatures from the restricted region. In prehistoric times, their style of doing things was even more domineering than it was now. They would easily slaughter the past and dye the mountains and rivers red. From a certain point of view, the driver could be considered a trusted aide of the young man who was traveling from the Forbidden Lands. That was why he was rather confident. His expression was cold and indifferent when he faced an evolver of the Saint Realm from the opposing camp. Is this how you talk to me? The first mountain hasn't been destroyed yet. Ask your master to come here. Chu Feng said calmly, with no intention of backing down. According to his status, he was now a disciple of the #1 mountain, and a driver had no right to speak to him like this. The mountain gate has been breached, and today, your name will be erased. How dare you talk about being a disciple of the #1 mountain? Do you really think this is still the era of Li Su? Jiaming sneered, then said, It's Li Su. Back then, did he dare to go to the restricted region and kill people? Why not? I remember that Li Su once burned down most of the restricted region and just left. No one came to investigate. Chu Feng said, then glanced at him and ignored him. He only watched as the young man walked down from the chariot and the creature in the other chariot walked together. Haha, a broken sect is about to be destroyed. Why are you still so stubborn? Li Su was the one who did it, and no one knows it was him. In a while, open your eyes and watch as the ancestor of my clan bathed the first mountain in blood. The purple-haired young man, Jiaming, was well-built and had a cold smile on his face. He believed that there was no need to guess the result. The #1 mountain was destined to become a thing of the past. Moreover, his expression was unfriendly and murderous. He almost stretched out a hand and was about to drag Chu Feng over. He wanted to use force. Chi Feng, Yin Tuo, and Kuan Long all smiled, feeling that they were about to vent their anger. Chu Feng's face darkened. Did they really think he was a pushover? At this time, Heavenly Lord Yushang coldly rebuked Jiaming. His sleeves fluttered as he warned Jiaming not to act rashly. He dared to give such a warning to someone from the restricted region. Many people were shocked by Elder Yushang's behavior. Did he not want his life anymore? What if he was dealt with in the future? Chu Feng sighed, feeling extremely moved. He felt that if there was a chance, he had to extend the elder's lifespan. He couldn't let him die in meditation. Jiaming, do not be rude. In the distance, a gentle voice sounded. The youngster who walked out from the war chariot before spoke. His complexion was white, couldn't be considered handsome, but he was quite amiable, looking amiable and approachable. However, if anyone thought that he was easy to bully, then they were naturally courting death, making a grave mistake. Even though he was extremely amiable, there was still a formless feeling of alarm. He was extremely powerful, the life force within his body too exuberant, like a concentrated stellar sea. If it truly erupted, it would be unimaginable, destined to sweep through all of his peers. Chowda, Brother Chow, don't mind me. This follower of mine has this type of temper. It won't change no matter what. This young man who wasn't all that handsome, but looked rather amiable, spoke. He had a head of sparkling purple hair, his eyes actually silver. That was why when he smiled, it still made others feel restraining fear. His eyes were white. If he wasn't a thankless wretch, then he was an exceptional demon. This was something the old man would casually say when he mentioned some terrifying creatures. Later on, when Chu Feng asked, only then did the old man unwillingly tell him that he was almost eaten alive by a silver-eyed male. There was no need to even think about it. With his older brother Li Su's world-suppressing attitude, there was still someone who almost ate the old man. His origins were definitely terrifying. At this time, Chu Feng seriously suspected that the old man had encountered the creature from the 11th restricted region. He revealed a smile, nodding towards the silver-eyed male. He already understood some things recently, asking number 9 about the 9-headed bird race's origins. They were servants of the 4 tribulation sparrow. The 11th restricted region's creatures were called 4 tribulation sparrows. They were extremely powerful and terrifying. It was rumored that the 9-headed bird race's ancestor was precisely the 4 tribulation sparrow with the thinnest bloodline. Because he failed to transform and was too weak, he was chased out of the race. Later generations gradually became 9-headed birds. One could well imagine how terrifying a true 4 tribulation sparrow was. What was a 4 tribulation sparrow? There was a saying that the 9-headed bird race had experienced a total of 4 great calamities that spanned across 4 epochs. Their evolutionary civilization had been destroyed 4 times, but they were still alive and had survived the 4 calamities with great difficulty. If this was true, then it was truly terrifying. No wonder they were called 4 tribulation sparrows, and their dwelling place was an invincible restricted region. The silver-eyed male was called Jie Wuliang. Among the 4 tribulation sparrows, which were extremely rare and difficult to reproduce, he could naturally be considered a direct descendant. His status was very high. His evolutionary level wasn't extremely high, but his blood energy was as vast as the mountains and seas. It was extremely terrifying as it undulated within his body. The restricted region had its own cultivation method, and the path one had to walk was relatively mature. It wasn't like the stunning experts of the outside world who still had to fumble around on the path of transformation and repeatedly verify and investigate it. Jie Wuliang's realm was higher than Chu Feng's, but he was very polite and wasn't as tyrannical as his trusted aide. During the short conversation, he was very courteous and didn't say any harsh words to Chu Feng. He was calm and kind, as if he viewed the latter as an equal. Brother Chowda, I'm from the restricted region, while you're from the number 1 famed mountain. Naturally, we're on equal footing. You don't need to take it to heart. There's no need for us to start a dispute before the seniors decide the victor. Jie Wuliang smiled. Although he wasn't handsome, he had a very elegant temperament. His teeth were snow white, and he was very charming. However, Chu Feng didn't think of him as a gentle person. Not to mention old Gu's previous complaints. Even he himself could feel how terrifying the blood energy within Jie Wuliang's body was. Moreover, the other party's words were very clear. Before the victor was decided and the number one famed mountain was bathed in blood, they still acknowledged Chu Feng and viewed him as one of their kind. Once the number one mountain was breached and this place was destroyed at that time, he probably wouldn't stop his servant and would directly kill Chu Feng. Even slapping Chu Feng wouldn't be a big deal. Now, it was meaningless for them to start a dispute ahead of time. The main thing was to wait for the final curtain to fall on the peerless competition and see what the outcome would be. Although they were in opposing camps and were destined to be enemies, Chu Feng had a good impression of him. Moreover, he was quite curious about the Four Tribulation Sparrow, a creature from the restricted region. In particular, it was said that they had survived the four great tribulations of the world and experienced the end of the world. They had opened the heavens once again. It was really shocking, and he wanted to find out more. If it was someone else, they would have to be reserved even if they wanted to know and understand. However, Chu Feng didn't have this awareness. Even though he knew that they might fall out soon and fight to the death, he still smiled and asked politely, "What was it like before the heavens were opened? After the four tribulations, what did your ancestors witness, and what did they leave behind? What was the destroyed cultivation civilization like? Have you ever seen a lot of incomprehensible cultivation arts that are beyond your limits? Do they have any strange characteristics?" Everyone was speechless. How could an ancient family like the Four Tribulation Sparrow casually tell outsiders such a great secret? Everyone felt that Demon Chowda was too shameless or that his nerves were too thick. He even wanted to ask such a question. How could he ask such a question? Even the corners of heavenly venerable Yushang's lips trembled, and he felt embarrassed for him. The Four Tribulations Sparrow narrowed his eyes and chuckled. He was still as amiable as before. "We have indeed witnessed many shocking events. The vicissitudes of prosperity and decline are the same since ancient times. It cannot be changed. Our ancestors had seen the loneliness and desolation of the Sky Emperor from afar. The back view of the Sky Emperor as he left by himself made the entire world weep. What he had to face was not something we could understand. Our ancestors had also witnessed the talent of the great Empress, who was unparalleled throughout the ages. Now, our race is fortunate enough to have a damaged Empress inheritance. That era was truly tragic and glorious. It was so resplendent that it made one tremble. It's a pity." At this point, he stopped talking and didn't say anything else. "Continue." Chu Feng didn't feel embarrassed and asked him to continue. Even the unbounded tribulation was speechless. Beside him, the servant Jiaming really wanted to say, "You're shameless." Compared to the Four Tribulation Sparrow, the woman who had just walked out of the golden carriage wasn't so kind. Although she was extremely beautiful and charming, her expression was dark at the moment. She didn't give Chu Feng a good look. "What's going on?" "This is," Chu Feng asked. In any case, the unbounded tribulation wasn't going to talk about it. He changed the topic and asked about the woman's origins. "I'm one of the descendants of the victim who was ambushed by Li Su and burned down most of the Forbidden Region," said the woman. This woman spoke. She was very young, youthful, and full of vigor. In particular, there was a sparkling and small red mole between her brows, which added to her unusual elegance. However, she was very unhappy at the moment. Her pretty face was dark. Chu Feng was speechless. How could he encounter her like this? Not long ago, he had used this against Jiaming. Who would have thought that the victim would be right in front of him? What was this? Li Su was the one who ambushed him. So why did he have to take the blame? Chu Feng couldn't accept this. "You're called Chowda?" The beautiful woman asked him with an unfriendly expression. "No." Chu Feng shook his head. He wouldn't recognize this name, even if he was beaten to death. With a solemn expression, he said, "I'm Chowdade, no Chowda." He almost spilled the beans and hurriedly corrected himself. Even so, there were many people nearby who were allergic to it. For example, Divine King Mi Hong of the six-eared macaque tribe. Another example was the supreme divine King Li Jiuxiao, who looked at him suspiciously. The strange dragon wanted to expose him in front of everyone. He was Chao Dade, no Ji Dade. The beautiful woman from the forbidden region had a dark expression. She wanted to say something, but at this moment, the first mountain in the distance suddenly shook violently. Light shot into the sky, causing the entire summer province to tremble violently. The three battlefields were in the same province as the first mountain, so the feeling was very clear. Everyone was shocked. A great battle had erupted at the first mountain. A great change had begun. Haha, they finally acted. Chowda, your sect is going to be erased from the world. You won't be able to live for long either. A creature from the forbidden region spoke up. The martial madman circled around the first mountain a few times and observed for a while before finally attacking. He was very domineering and directly used the time wheel and millstone fist to break through the light curtain that protected the mountain, shattering a large number of energy light clusters. Then he strode in. Number 9 appeared silently with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. With anger, he said, "Can't you see that there is a path on the ground? Why are you attacking randomly? Are you blind?" There was a small path leading to the depths of the first mountain. Back then, Chu Feng walked out from this path with him. There were 2 large tombs on the side of the road. The martial madman was domineering and cold. With his hands behind his back, he approached and said, "I came for the destruction of the first mountain. Today, I will trample this place and wash it with blood. I will erase this place from the world. Do you really think you can just barge into this place? Not to mention a great white shark. Even if there are a few dragon sharks, I will still catch them." Number 9 said coldly, "With just you alone, why don't you hurry back to the depths of the first mountain? That place is about to be flattened and overturned." The martial madman said in an overbearing manner. His blood and chi surged like a surging river and sea, threatening to overturn the sky. "Do you think I'm alone and can be bullied?" Number 9 said indifferently, and then showed a cold smile. His white teeth looked cold. He stared at the martial madman's thigh and said, "I have a few brothers with such good teeth. Are you determined to give me your leg?" Then he whispered to the 2 large tombs not far away. Number 3, Number 6, wake up, the blood food is here." With a Hong sound, the 2 tombs broke apart and directly exploded. Energy light overflowed into the sky, and 2 extremely ancient human skins floated out from within. They directly swelled up in the wind, and in an instant, they turned into withered and skinny humanoid figures, revealing white teeth. The martial madman. Chapter 1296. No one knew what the martial madman was feeling right now, but judging from his blank expression, one could guess that there were probably 100,000 alpacas roaring through his heart. The martial madman remained silent as he looked at the opposite side. Why did 2 more living corpses appear? After the 2 human skins swelled up and turned into human figures, their skinny bodies looked extremely dangerous and not any weaker than number 9. The martial madman silently turned his head and looked at the 2 broken tombs. The grass on the tombs were already several feet tall and desolate. So how did 2 people crawl out of them? To be precise, they were 2 human skins. The martial madman was in a bad mood. Anyone would have a mental breakdown if they were in this place. Number 9 was already difficult enough to deal with, but 2 more came out of the tombs, staring at the martial madman's thighs with green eyes. Number 3 and number 6 were baring their teeth, which were as white and sharp as number 9's teeth. Moreover, both of them were smiling at the martial madman. The martial madman's chest tightened even more, and his mood was quite bad. As expected of Black Hanley sect, such a dark style is really passed down from generation to generation. The rotten roots are here. The ancients did not deceive me. After a long time, the martial madman could only squeeze out a few words. He looked at the 3 coldly with a calm face. Number 3, number 6, eat and drink well. I'm going inside to fish the dragon shark. Number 9 turned around and escaped silently. Stop right there. The martial madman's hair fluttered in the wind, and his blood chi rushed to the sky. This surging vitality was too terrifying and overbearing, as if it wanted to tear the world apart. He was extremely dissatisfied with number 9 and wished he could kill him with the time wheel immediately. The two corpse-like withered beings had green pupils as they stared at the martial madman. They were also very dissatisfied at this moment. Number 3 spoke up. Are you bullying me because I'm old and can't carry a knife? Or are you just floating? Number 6 also spoke up. Or do you think that I'll be suppressed the moment I enter the ground? Let me tell you, I can't hold my coffin anymore in recent years. The martial madman's eyes surged with a terrifying aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Then he punched forward. One could see that even the heavens had exploded, blood energy boundless and boundless, overflowing into the heavens, drowning out the starry sky. This was the martial madman, tyrannical and peerless. However, at this moment, with a bang, number 3 directly stretched out its claws and grabbed his fist, forcefully blocking the world-shocking punch. At the same time, number 6 was faster than lightning and had already made his move, aiming for the martial madman's thigh. The martial madman really wanted to say that he should have checked the almanac before leaving the house and stepped on the feces of a hellhound. Rumble. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ghosts wept and gods howled. The entire area around the first mountain was shaking. Order symbols lit up all over the sky, engraving themselves into the void and resonating. At the same time, endless fist lights cut through the sky, shaking the entire summer state. For a moment, blood rained down. Rivers of blood fell from the sky, and the vast mountains and rivers of the summer state turned the color of blood. This terrifying phenomenon shocked the world. Then, in that instant, heaven and earth sank into darkness, nothing visible. The sun and moon seemed to have been extinguished, and the stars in the sky seemed to have been shaken off. The creatures of the world were all panicking. What exactly happened? Not long after, the phenomenon disappeared. The first mountain shook violently, as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. In the end, the light converged and shook toward the depths of the first mountain. No one knew what had happened, and no one knew what had happened to the first mountain. On the 3 battlefields of the summer state, the evolvers from all sides were incomparably shocked. Was this the method of the peerless overlord of the Yang realm? What was the situation at the first mountain now? Everyone wanted to know. However, from what the 4th tribulation sparrow said, the first mountain was finished. After all, more than one forbidden land had attacked. Coupled with the martial madman who had rushed over later, number 9 was dead for sure. The first mountain was destined to be breached. This was the guess of many people. After all, once the creatures in the forbidden land attacked, they would strike like lightning and would not do anything useless. Since their descendants had come, they had already made it clear that they were going to massacre the first famed mountain. There shouldn't be much discrepancy. After all, in prehistoric times, the creatures in the forbidden land were the law. All threats would not be issued casually, but would be put into action. People would never forget the era when they massacred mountains and rivers. Once an ultimatum was issued, they would never be absent. The first mountain must have been blasted open. The blood chi just now swept through the heavens and the earth, shaking down the vast planets in the outer realms. How terrifying is that? The previous ages of the Forbidden Lands made their move. That so-called number 9 is either being slaughtered or he's on the verge of death. Jiaming laughed. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he was quite flamboyant and domineering. He looked at Chu Feng from the corner of his eyes and said, "Soon, you will also be on your way soon to reunite with your sect." This was a naked threat. It could be said to be a threat of death. When the 3-headed divine dragon Yun Ta, divine king Chi Feng of the 9-headed bird race, and the others heard this, they all revealed excited expressions. They wanted to see number 9 being slaughtered with their own eyes. Their hearts were full of anger and resentment. At this moment, A large number of evolvers were staring at Chu Feng with hostility. They wanted nothing more than to kill him on the spot and settle the score immediately. Chowda, do you still want to wait? Are you not going to accept your fate? Jiaming was quite disrespectful. He taunted Chu Feng, thinking that he had seen the end of the first mountain. As their disciple, Chowda was naturally going to die a miserable death. You talk too much. Chu Feng was very annoyed. If he used all his methods, he really wanted to slap this person to death. Jiaming, don't talk too much. Just wait for the results. The amiable-looking Jie Wuyang said, telling Jiaming not to say anything else and to wait for the curtains to fall. Everyone knew that this battle would have far-reaching consequences. There was too much at stake. The 4 tribulation sparrows sighed, said nothing, and fell silent. However, the other entity from the Forbidden Land was hostile and spoke ill of Chu Feng. It was fairly unfriendly. The servant of the beautiful young woman said coldly, "It's about time. We can use him as a blood sacrifice and send him on his way together with the old man from the first mountain." He wanted to kill Chu Feng on the spot, not giving him any time. Chu Feng ignored him and looked at the young woman with a sparkling red mole on her forehead. However, she did not say anything or express her stance. This was very different from the attitude of the 4 tribulation sparrow, Jie Wuyang. She was extremely hostile towards the first mountain. Chu Feng was speechless. This was all Li Su's fault, and he was making the later generation take the blame. "Miss, I'll go and take his head. He's an eyesore here." The woman's servant walked over as if there was no one else around. He was a divine king, and his blood qi was as vast as the sea. He was going to kill Chu Feng directly. This was very domineering. He was just a servant driving the carriage for the woman, but he was going to kill the heir of the first mountain. Everyone's expressions changed. "Who do you think you are? After talking for so long, I still don't know which forbidden land you're from," Chu Feng said indifferently. "How dare you?" The divine king in charge of driving the carriage shouted. He extended his hand and directly covered Chu Feng. He wanted to pick him up and embarrass him so that he could deal a killing blow to him. Bang! Emperor Yushang moved. He lightly shook his sleeve, and the peaked divine king coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying, and he crashed into a low and cracked mountain. He groaned and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. "You dare to attack me?" The divine king was shocked and angry. At the same time, he was a bit afraid. After all, the gap between them was too great. Why wouldn't I dare? Why are you being so impudent here? Although Emperor Yushang looked very old, and his energy was declining, he was still an Emperor. Even though he was an Emperor, he was still alive. Even if he was a creature that walked out of Forbidden Land, he would still have to worry about his own safety if his strength wasn't on par with Emperor Yushang. The scene was dead silent. No one had expected Emperor Yushang to be so domineering and attack in public. In some people's opinion, even if he wanted to protect Chowda, he could only stop him. However, he actually attacked a creature from a forbidden land. However, some people felt relieved. Because Emperor Yushang was lonely and had no one to rely on, his children had met with accidents one after another, and none of his descendants were left. His life was miserable, and now his lifespan was about to run out. What else was there for him to be afraid of? For someone who wasn't afraid of death, so what if the sky collapsed and the earth caved in, or the universe collapsed, let alone the forbidden land? He wouldn't even frown. Suddenly, someone laughed in the distance. However, no one could be seen, only the sound. Interesting. The people of the primal chaos abyss are very stubborn. It's no wonder. Back then, Li Su burned down most of the forbidden land. How could they not hate him? Oh, speaking of which, Li Su can't be blamed. He was about to become Tao companions with the young miss of the primal chaos abyss, but someone insisted on breaking them up. How could Li Su swallow this? It's already not bad that he didn't charge in and start massacre. However, I'm a little suspicious. Did your primal chaos abyss use a honey trap? Or did your clan's young miss really fall in love with Li Su? Why didn't he go back after that? However, I heard that he was still ruthless there and secretly killed 2 experts. When these words were spoken, the entire battlefield fell silent. Then, there was an uproar. There was actually such a secret. While everyone was shocked, they were also astonished. Li Su was actually so powerful that he dared to do anything. "Shut up, fat silkworm." The beautiful woman from the primal chaos abyss spoke. Her expression was somewhat ugly. At this time, Chu Feng had already discovered that his fiery eyes had captured a silkworm speaking. It was chubby and entirely white. It was currently lying on a withered tree in the distance, gnawing on a withered leaf. Clearly, this fat silkworm's origins weren't small. If there were no accidents, it should also have come from a forbidden land. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't dare to say those words. With a rumble, the woman from the primal chaos abyss struck out in that direction. With a whoosh, the fat silkworm disappeared. "Aya, what was that?" Long Dayu let out a strange cry. He felt his neck itch and touched it with his hand. He immediately jumped up and cried, "Damn maggot!" He saw a fleshy white worm crawl from his neck to his palm. He shook his hand with all his might. In the distance, the beautiful woman from the primal chaos abyss laughed when she heard his words. She was very happy. Puffed. That pure white fat silkworm sprayed silk ribbons all over the strange dragon's face. It left him like a swing, and in the end, it turned into a white and tender fat mound that stood on the battlefield. "You're the maggot. Your whole family is maggot." He glared at the strange dragon. Long Dayu was speechless. He really wanted to say, "You really look like a maggot." "Huh. The people from the Silkworm Valley have also come. Are you guys going to help number 1 mountain?" "But it's already too late. That place should have been bathed in blood by now," Jimming said. "Shut up. Do you have the right to speak?" The fat silkworm glared. The fourth tribulation sparrow race's direct descendant, the rather good-natured Jie Wuyang, said indifferently, "Even though the words aren't pleasant to hear, number 1 mountain is indeed about to be destroyed. Soon, it will become a bloody wasteland." The woman from the primal chaos abyss said calmly, "If Li Su revived and saw his sect like this, what kind of expression would he have?" Suddenly, many people felt their scalps go numb. They sensed something and quickly raised their heads. It was because bloodlight reached into the heavens from number 1 mountain's direction. It was too terrifying. A great explosion had happened. It's here. The bloodbath has just begun, but it's about to end. Someone from a forbidden region spoke. However, in that instant, everyone was stunned, and then they were indescribably shaken. An enormous one-legged bronze spear that was who knew how many tens of thousands of li tore through the sky. It rose from number 1 mountain and headed towards the extreme north. No, it could only be considered half a bronze spear. It was because that sole leg was gone. Everyone was petrified. Then, they trembled as they discovered that there were 2 figures chasing after it. They continuously spat out copper lumps in the sky, dissatisfied. "Liar, there's only 1 leg, and it's not even flesh. Hurry and leave. Don't let number 9 and number 2 eat all of the blood food that broke in. Hurry and seize it." Those 2 shriveled figures flashed, disappearing from the void. Just like that, their traces were indistinct. The entire 3-way battlefield was silent. It was deathly silent. No one said a word. The creatures from the forbidden region were all stupefied. What kind of situation was this? Wasn't there only number 9? How could a creature of the same order appear? Chapter 1297. This caused a chill to rise from the scalp to the spine, spreading throughout the entire body and giving rise to a layer of goosebumps. Everyone on the 3-way battlefield was frightened. The words and actions of those 2 shriveled creatures were truly shocking. It was as if there were 2 more 9s, and from what they were saying, there seemed to be a second one. Up until now, had the battle situation been reversed? This set off great waves in everyone's hearts. Had the first mountain completely reversed the situation? The scene was deathly silent. Just now, everyone believed that the first mountain would be massacred and flattened. Who would have thought that the situation would reverse so quickly? On the battlefield, many people felt their hair stand on end and their scalps go numb after some thought. Fourth Tribulation Sparrow races Ming Jie and the driver of the carriage from the Primal Chaos Abyss all felt their hair stand on end. They felt that the situation was far from good. Were they going to be massacred instead? They came from a forbidden region and knew a lot, but now they were all horrified. Wasn't it said that the first mountain only had a single successor? Back then, there was Li Su. Now, there seemed to be Chowda, but he was only a seed. Based on this, the first mountain should have very few people. Now, what did they see? There were two more old fellows. Who was the real hunter? At this time, Ming Jie and the servants of the primal chaos abyss all had ugly expressions. They felt as if they had eaten 2 caddies of dead mice. At the same time, they were anxious and worried. The situation had already been reversed. The first mountain was purposely luring enemies to their doorstep so that they could hunt them down. They began to worry. Would their predecessors be trapped inside and never be able to come out? Moreover, when they thought of the experts in the forbidden region having their legs torn off by a few shriveled demon master level creatures as food, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. On the battlefield, many people were speechless and frightened. Their hearts were beating like drums. The first mountain was usually too low-key. Only at the critical moment would they open their bloody mouths and bare their fangs. A single number 9 had already cast a shadow over Empyrean Scarlet Void and Silver Dragon Ancestor. Now there were 3, 6, and possibly 2. At this moment, the shadow in their hearts was approaching infinity. The appearance of a sequence creature was truly earth-shattering. If all of them were to appear, it wouldn't be a problem for them to massacre the land. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the 9-headed bird race, the dragon race, or the creatures who bore enmity towards Chu Feng, they all trembled, their minds on the verge of collapse. Divine King Chi Feng, the 3-headed divine, Dragon Yun Tuo, and the others all turned pale, scared stiff. Having personally experienced the terrifying experience of being used as food by number 9, no one could understand their feelings. They would never be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. Right now, only Chu Feng could smile. He was extremely happy, smiling like a flower bud, making the restricted region creatures feel especially sick of him. I've already said that I invited Master Geo to come out of the mountain. Why don't you think about it more? There must be more people like him who love to eat thighs. He smiled brightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. These words made everyone's hair stand on end. There really were 8 creatures similar to number 9. The group of people felt like they were suffocating. People simply couldn't believe their ears. It seemed that the first mountain was the great white shark, the dragon shark. Was he hungry, setting up a trap and sending people to their deaths? Seeing Chowda's white teeth and smiling so happily, the restricted region creatures were so disgusted that they wanted to give him a heaven-flipping seal and knock out all his teeth. At the same time, they didn't completely believe Chu Feng's words. Just because he was called Ancestor 9, there must be 8 more? Then what about the various races that were called the 36 Ancestors and the 43 Ancestors? Could it be that people of the same generation could all survive and grow at such a peak level? Especially since the restricted region creatures had always believed that the first mountain should only have a single descendant. Although the first mountain would also accept all kinds of geniuses in certain times, according to the various restricted regions' understanding, those people would all be miserable and wouldn't have a good ending. In the end, only one seed could live for a long time. For example, Li Su was one of the successful ones. As for Chowda, he was only one of the widely accepted disciples. His future might be so miserable that they couldn't bear to see it. Those who were related to this lineage were all very strange and inauspicious. This was also one of the reasons why the restricted region creatures, Jian Ming, and the others looked down on Chu Feng. Chowda, the foundation of the first mountain isn't up to you to decide. If the various ancestors come out, even if they don't massacre that place this time, it won't be a problem for them to retreat unscathed, Jian Ming said. His attitude and tone were clearly not as domineering as before. He truly had a guilty conscience and was worried for the seniors of the 4th Tribulation Sparrow race. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Facts speak louder than words. I feel that the first mountain is currently holding a gluttonous banquet. The rare blood food from the Yang realm's forbidden lands will probably cause a wild celebration. When everyone heard this, they all felt their hair stand on end and felt terrified. The beings from the forbidden lands represented fear, invincibility, and bloodshed. Now, they were actually going to become blood food for others. Whenever they thought of that scene of a few old men like number 9 sitting together, their mouths full of blood, their teeth gleaming coldly as they gorged on the creatures from the forbidden lands, it was enough to make people shudder. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in the first mountain. It was as if the sky had exploded, and a majestic beam of blood light pierced through the heavens and the earth, dyeing the starry sky red. A figure rushed out. Then, it became dark again. It was as if there were 2 Demon Master-level beings, vast and boundless. They stretched out their withered hands and grabbed the thighs of the creature in the sky. Finally, there was a bloody mouth below. It was so huge that it was even more terrifying than a black hole. It was as if it wanted to devour the universe and the starry sky, swallowing all the starlight in the sky. They worked together to prevent the creature from escaping. With a rumble, the sky full of order runes turned into chains, locking down the sky and forcing the creature back into the first mountain. The bloody light disappeared, and the world became dark for a moment. There was no light at all before everything returned to normal. No one dared to breathe loudly. They stared in the direction of the first mountain. They were all terrified, and their hearts had collapsed. What happened there was too terrifying. Was that creature an expert from the Forbidden Lands? They couldn't break free even if they wanted to, and were once again forced into the battlefield. This scene was shocking. Many people thought that the first mountain had taken the initiative. Was a bloody feast about to begin? On the 3 battlefields, everyone's emotions were fluctuating violently, whether it was Qi Rong, Hao Yuan, or the He and Shan provinces. As for the 4th Tribulation Sparrow Jie Ming and the driver of the Primal Chaos Abyss, their faces were pale and speechless. They were no longer as unyielding as before. They were all silent after witnessing the terrifying scene. Chu Feng was quite at ease with heavenly venerable Yushang by his side. Do you know why Ancestor 9 rushed back to the first mountain? It's because all the edible food has gone in, and he's afraid that the other ancestors will divide it up. Chu Feng became more and more relaxed, even letting go of himself. He paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, nodding to this and that in greeting. Divine King Qi Feng, Jie Ming, and the others cried out in disgust. That was because Chu Feng had walked up to them and even patted their shoulders. Was this a provocation? But looking at his expression, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Was this the sympathy of a superior, or was he consoling the losers? The 4th Tribulation Sparrow Jie Ming and the creatures of the Primal Chaos Abyss felt as if they had eaten a few dead children. They felt even more uncomfortable than before. They really wanted to raise their hands and slap his face. That damned expression of sympathy was too irritating. However, with heavenly venerable Yushang beside Chao De, they didn't act rashly. All of them had stiff expressions. Facts spoke louder than words. Their ancestors had lost, and the first mountain was unfathomable. In short, the other party was the victor, and they had suffered a terrible defeat. At this time, Chu Feng was indeed letting go of himself. He consoled everyone along the way, patting the shoulders of the victims and losers. Yin Tuo, Kuan Long, and Divine King Qi Feng were fine, but he even reached out to heavenly venerable Scarlet Void and the 12 Silver Dragons. But in the end, he didn't completely let go and stopped. At the same time, after consoling Jie Ming and the others, he reached out to the direct descendants of the race, such as the core bloodline of the 4th Tribulation Sparrow, Jie Wuliang. Especially at the end, after patting the shoulders of those from the Primal Chaos Abyss and seeing their numb expressions, he went to pat the shoulders of the young miss of their race. This naturally stirred up a hornet's nest. The beautiful EU from the Forbidden Land had a cold expression, and green lines appeared on her beautiful face. The red mole at the center of her forehead glowed, and nomological law fragments circulated around her. Her killing intent soared. The group stared at Chu Feng, all petrified. Not to mention the others. Even the fourth tribulation sparrow races, Jie Wuliang and the fat silkworm from Silkworm Valley were speechless, their faces twitching. He even dared to touch a woman from the primal chaos abyss, and even wanted to pat her on the shoulder. His shadow was really, EU said with a cold expression. Do you really think we've lost? What is a forbidden land? How can we command the world? How can we exist for eternity? Even if the world is destroyed, our race will still exist. Without a foundation or a backup plan, how can we coexist with the world? Chu Feng's expression changed. He had long since sensed that even Jie Ming and the other creatures from the Forbidden Land were pale, but Jie Wuliang and EU, who came from the world's core bloodline, were still calm. This was naturally a bit strange. That was why he had provoked them like this, wanting to get to the bottom of things. Now, as expected, he had heard bad news. Although there was an accident today, it's hard to determine the outcome. Yi said calmly. Is that so? Chu Feng opened his mouth and was about to say something when the first mountain rumbled violently. Boundless great Tao symbols bloomed like stars in the universe. They lined up densely and caused the world to tremble. They actually let out a grand sound of merging the Tao. The starry sky dimmed and trembled incessantly. At this moment, the problem within the first mountain was indeed serious. The creatures from the Forbidden Land were like demonic sovereigns from the last great era. Bloody light flooded this place like a sea. Everything was scarlet red, and only their blurry outlines could be seen. These people were too terrifying. They each stood in a corner as if they were standing during the creation of the world. Their bodies surged with energy, and their auras were majestic. When their true bodies appeared, heaven and earth cracked and were about to be destroyed. You lot, do you really want to continue? Even after the world is destroyed, my race will still exist. Are you sure you want to fight to the death? A creature spoke coldly and emotionlessly. There was not a trace of emotion as he stood on the bloody plateau of the first mountain. His divine might was matchless. As his hair danced about, even the void was cut apart. Number 9 was now serious. He held a great banner in his hand as he stood at the end of the great earth, confronting them from afar. His temperament was completely different from when he was in front of Chu Feng and the others. The current him was imposing without being angry. He was like a great demonic sovereign that descended into this world. Energy radiance overflowed into the heavens. Behind him, an enormous yin-yang diagram slowly revolved, suppressing the world. Number 9 said coldly, during all these years, you all carefully searched for us, carefully probed us, to the extent where you didn't even hesitate to use honey traps and other things. Didn't you all want to uncover that legend, that period of time, that person from us? Since you came today, then don't even think about leaving. All of you, stay behind. When he mentioned that legend, that period of time, and that person, the interior of the first mountain rumbled and trembled. The smooth surface that was cut open seemed to produce ripples and rumbling sounds. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.